Mad till a monkey. You climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate that you counter now? You ran from Andrew and from me. Mad till a monkey. You like them female monkeys with them bananas between them trees, hanging down, upside down frown, that's a smile. Mad till a monkey, what you doing to me? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Climbing up that tree, climbing up that tree. Matt and a female male monkey climbed up a tree, KSSING, and doing much more and worse than that. Matt till a monkey, he. Matt till a monkey, he. Give me a na-na-na, na-na-na. One more big na-na-na, cause my name is Matt till a monkey. But I say it's not a banana, I say it's a vajayjay. That reminds me of Jay, he beat me in a debate. Matt till a monkey, Matt till a monkey, what happened to you, baby? I thought you was all about reason, and you was all about science. But now you're saying all kind of bunch of nonsense.
Until the monkey, you climbed up in that tree. Until the monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Not till the monkey, you like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees, hanging down upside down from that's a smile. It's a smile. Matt tell a monkey what you doing to me. Till a monkey, till a monkey. What you doing to me? Till a mother monkey. Till a monkey. Oh, monkey.
It still makes me laugh every time I play it. Oh, man. Matt till a monkey, what you doing to me? Why you climbing up that tree? What you doing up there? Why you running scared from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Ow! Matt Dilla Monkey. Yes, so you can thank me and Scooter and the robots for producing that. Hey man, y'all got a producer for y'all try? Yeah, he a robot. Him name AI. That's him name right now. How y'all doing? We're gonna have fun today. We about to walk into new territory. And we're gonna walk into new territory because I'm seeing it everywhere, unfortunately. Cults springing up. These cults, Hebrew roots, Black Hebrew Israelite, are springing up, unfortunately, due to a combination of things. The combination of TikTok promoting ridiculousness. Okay, first of all. A lot of black influencers being awakened to conspiracy realities, which unfortunately are packed with a lot of disinformation realities that we have to kind of do some debunking exercises to direct it at them. We got a debunk exercise at the falsities, at the disinfo and the misinfo, which, as we will see, are often connected to a lot of preposterous heresies. So we're going to be looking at the commonalities, the pattern. What's the pattern here that we see? Whether it's Bryson Gray, whether it's the conspiracy-minded brothers and sisters out there, whom we welcome to the conspiracy world. However, the conspiracy world, unfortunately, comes with a few downsides. And one of those is a lot of dumb bull crap. All packaged together, neat, nice, tidy, in a Amazon mystery box full of shit. And that's literally, unfortunately, what a lot of the conspiracy world is. And that's, of course, why many people see the conspiracy world and they think that it is our Tusami friend, who probably is some form of Hebrew Israelite as well. I didn't watch enough of his videos. He did follow me, though. So, we're going to talk about the fallacies that we see throughout cults and conspiracies. Because there's an overlap of a lot of the same conspiracies, as you'll see. And it's going to relate to our Through the Looking Glass stream that we did the other night. I'm sure you guys saw that. If you didn't, the part 2 will focus specifically on these types of mistakes and fallacies. And it's a recurring pattern. So, uh-oh, I'm getting trolled by the super chatters. Thank you for that. We already got super chats rolling in. I appreciate that, y'all. Yeah, so we're going to... Before we get to all the Hebrew Israelite nonsense, though, we're going to look at a little bit of... You're going to see what I mean, by the way. I've got some great clips that will illustrate everything. Before we get to the Hebrew Israelites, we're going to step over to the world of Islam, which does have overlaps. Yes. Overlaps with BHI. Not BLA, BHI.
Discovered or created.
This right here is just one of the dumbest things I've seen in a long time. But before we do that, let's play the J. So I've got all the Hebrew Israelite stuff pulled up, and I forgot to play the Jake clip. I did want to hit on one funny part of the Jake clip. Oh my gosh. I'm so sick of idiotic evangelical red heifer crap. Give me a break, dude. This is so dumb. However, the era of Judaizing will play an interesting role in today's discussion. That will be in the forefront. Judaizing is a key element of the heresies that we're talking about today. But I thought this was a great clip that Kyle pulled from the Jake debate. So we're going to listen to this real quick and I'll comment on it. It's not very long.
So
but what does it mean?
That's why I asked you about the foot, and I asked you if a God foot is nothing like a human foot. What does it tell us? What's the meaning that's given us there?
In the same way that when I say that this paper has whiteness, that is nothing like the whiteness in your forehead.
So you're still using paper. Paper is a created thing.
I still understand it.
These are created.
Did he not catch how dumb that statement was? Apparently not. Because as a nominalist, right, he says the white on the piece of paper is nothing like the whiteness that is on your beautiful dome, my head. Well, now wait a minute. If there's nothing that's like the white over here and the white over here, right, we got our white board and we got my white head. If there's nothing like the two things that are predicated with the term white, then there's nothing that links the two by which you can say that they're both white. So his answer right there was the fact that I can predicate whiteness of two different things, even though they have nothing in common, and we still know the meaning that they're white. He just misunderstood everything about the point of universals. If there's nothing in comparison between the two, then they don't have the same quality of whiteness. This is so dumb. I mean, but this is the end result of reductionist philosophies like nominalism and his version of Salafi Islam that he has made up, picking and choosing this or that guy. Well, I follow Ibn Taymiyyah. I follow Ibn Taymiyyah. Jay thinks that his whiteness in his head.
Yeah, they're creatures, and we believe that.
Another creature, which is totally unlike Allah, tells us nothing about Allah. So these names and these predicates aren't telling us anything.
My point was very simple here, which was that if you keep appealing to another creature to explain what the first creaturely reference means, then you're never getting us to Allah. That was the point. And he never stops just going in a circle of appealing to, well, the meaning of this created thing is this created thing, which is also meant and explained by this created thing, which is explained by this created thing. That was the whole point of this exercise. And I should have caught that he said that the whiteness of the paper was nothing like the whiteness anywhere else. So for him, universals are all particulars. So there are no universals. So there are no shared natures or qualities, which kind of makes us wonder, well, how does man is there such a thing as human nature? Probably not for him. But he's not an occasionalist, right? So he does believe in secondary causes, because he tried to make a point out of this in the debate that I denied secondary causes in Ibn Taymiyyah, which I never did.
No. I'm giving you an argument to show you how they.
Your argument refers to another creature.
No, I'm giving you an argument to show
it referred to another creature.
It
refers to another creature. That's what's in question.
Nominalist predication is not meaningless.
Exactly.
It's not meaningless.
Nominalist predication is meaningless when we ask the question of what the similarity is between the whiteness in one object and the whiteness in another object, when we just said that there's no shared commonality of whiteness, but they both have white, you see. This is silly.
Nominalist predication is not meaningless.
It's circular. That's the point. It's arbitrary, because you're just using another created object to try.
So when he says that the meaning of Allah's uncreated foot is the meaning in the text, and we go to the text, and then when you ask him which text, he says you got to read the whole context. He's just kicking the can down the road. He's like moving the problem back a step, right? It's not getting us anywhere. What we want to know is how these things tell us anything about Allah in a meaningful way. And so I kept pressing him on the meaning, and we never get the meaning. We just get another thing that doesn't tell us anything about Allah.
Try to explain what is beyond the created. That's the whole point of the argument. That's what I've been arguing this whole time. And that's why your position contradicts, because on the one hand, the uncreated foot is nothing like the human created foot. But you say, oh, but it actually kind of is. but we don't know the meaning of that. So it's
No, we do
not
know the
telling
meaning.
us anything.
We do know the meaning. Again, you're misrepresenting.
No,
my
Ibn
position.
Taymiyyah
And what's the meaning?
says both things. Ibn Taymiyyah says both things that we don't. He says that it's like it. We don't know the meaning.
He doesn't say that.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't
say
say we don't know the meaning.
yes, he does.
Where? Give the evidence.
This is called out in the book critiquing the creed of Ibn Taymiyyah. And the argument is they pull tons of quotes from Ibn Taymiyyah making both claims. That's the point, right? So Jake's kind of doing what the Thomists usually do, which is find one place where Thomas says a position that we agree on. And then they say, see, he's saying what you say. But the argument is not, does he ever say the correct position or what you're saying, Jake? The argument is that he contradicts, that he says that, and then he says the opposite in another place. So that's a contradiction. So, and contradictions involve, in this case, half of the equation being correct. We're not asking, does he ever say that he believes it's meaningful? Because he does claim that. But he also in other places says that we don't know what it means. And that's the contradiction. And that's actually pointed out in every critique of Ibn Taymiyyah. That's the point. So rather than address that, Jake just says, no, he does believe in meaning. He does believe it gives us meaning. Yeah, because he's pressed on that point all the time. But when he explains what that is, it's inconsistent. That's the point.
That we don't know the meaning of what?
Because when the God foot, you know what I mean?
Show that he says we don't know the meaning. Where does he say we don't know the meaning?
What he says is that what it means is that it exists in a manner befitting Allah. That tells us nothing.
Now, what Jake's trying to do here is a tu quoque, where I ask him about his position, and he's turning that around and saying that, don't you believe in negative predication? You believe in apophatic theology when it comes to the divine essence, that we can't positively predicate it. Well, that's a false analogy, because the predicates that are apophatic are in reference to the divine essence, and they're negated. That doesn't mean that there's no positive or cataphatic predications of God. There are, and those are the energies. And so the reason that analogy doesn't hold, first of all, it's a tu quoque, because he's the one being questioned. It's not, you're not able to say, oh, but also you, tu quoque, also you, in the interrogation when you're being interrogated. So I'm interrogating Jake, remember that. And he says tu quoque, oh, but you, which is fallacy. And then he says, don't you believe that there's predication to the divine essence, which is negative? But that doesn't work for the uncreated foot, because the uncreated foot is not a negative predicate in his theology. And he even goes on to explain that it's not a negative predication when he says that it's like Allah's work in creating Adam. So the uncreated foot refers to the meaning of the text, which refers to the whole context, which refers to this other place in the Quran about Allah working with his hands to create Adam. So it's just creating. I mean, we never hear exactly what the meaning is, even though he keeps saying there is this meaning. You see how silly this is?
So when your Orthodox church says the exact same thing, what does that mean?
We don't say that. We
don't say that about the divine essence, because the divine essence has negative predicates, not positive cataphatic predicates. And to say that there's an uncreated foot is a positive predicate, obviously.
Say that?
God doesn't have an uncreated foot.
He doesn't say in a your Orthodox church doesn't talk about a God-befitting manner?
God-befitting manner might mean anything, right? But because the question was about Ibn Taymiyyah's explanation of the foot. So this is a tu quoque.
Not a God-befitting foot.
Does it talk about a God?
What is a God-befitting foot, Jake?
Does it talk about a God?
Jake, I'm asking you.
Does it talk
Jake,
about a God?
What is a God? I'm asking you. What is it?
So I'm interrogating him, and he's launching a series of questions to deflect from answering my obvious question here.
God-befitting foot.
The same way that it's described in the text.
So no answer.
Yeah. So the question is what the text says. I mean, how is anybody with an IQ over a boot not seeing that this was nonsense?
No, in the same way that
which is a circle.
In the same way
so
that
it tells
it's described in this. So
and how is it described?
So Revelation doesn't tell us anything when we read it.
No,
it doesn't
I'm asking
mean
your
anything?
view.
Of course, Revelation means things when we read the word.
What?
It means things. So notice, here's what he said. Ibn Taymiyyah says it has meaning. It's what the text means. It's what the words mean, which has not told us anything.
So,
Which is what?
so you're telling me nothing.
That God describes.
You're telling me nothing.
God describes what his hands and feet actually do.
Okay, and so now it's what hands and feet do as an analogy to creating and making things. Okay, that's another human analogy, and that's begging the question because I want to know what it tells us about God.
And it's what?
So you have no idea. You haven't even read our
No, I
text.
want you to.
And so his reply is not to answer, but to say, "You don't know our position. You don't, dude. You're there to defend your position. What are you talking about?" So you see how ridiculous this is? The dumbest debate, right? This is the dumbest part of the debate, right? Where he's on the hot seat being interrogated, and his replies are, "You don't know our position."
Tell me. You said it's creating Adam, but that's another created thing.
I'll
No,
give you a
it's not.
chance to answer.
Adam
his
is not a
question.
created thing.
I'll give you a chance to
His-
answer,
his
Jake.
smells
then
and
we're gonna go to the
burn,
next
dude.
section.
His hands are not created. Neither is his foot.
What is
which
an uncreated hand?
He said he's going to give me a chance to
What is
respond.
an uncreated
Jay.
hand?
I've got it.
So now the answer is it's his uncreated hands. Okay, but the same problem remains for the uncreated hand that was there for the uncreated foot, Jake. I mean, this was just such a crash and burn section. It's great. So I'm glad Kyle clipped it.
Jay, your
Let's-
time is up. Your
Go
time is
ahead,
up. Let me
Jake.
respond, and then we can move on. An uncreated hand, in like manner, an uncreated essence has nothing in common. You have not shown that simply using the
Yeah, but he conflated predication of the energies, which are cataphatic and positive, with predication of the essence, which is negative, apophatic theology. So this whole retort to say that it's just like what you do fails because it's a false analogy. It's not like what we do. We do not positively predicate of the divine essence. But we never get and certainly I don't think Jake wants to say that the uncreated foot is the essence, does he? So for him to make this comparison, the uncreated foot has to be some manifestation of the divine essence, which he doesn't believe that because he believes in a real distinction between the attributes and all his essence, like we do. His version of essence energy distinction, which is attributes essence distinction. But so you see how this fails because now he's trying to make the comparison to the way that we speak negatively of the divine essence. And he's saying, you do the same thing? No, we don't. Uncreated hand and uncreated foot would not be any application to the divine essence. Just like earlier in the debate when he tried to say that the comparison between one and many and universal in particular that the Cappadocians use of the Trinity, he thinks that means that they're saying the divine essence is a universal. There's no positive predicate of the divine essence. Okay, so the divine essence isn't a universal.
same word entails that there is similarity, and I've explained what an uncreated hand is.
Yeah, but I ask you what the similarity is and what the meaning is, and he never answers it. He just says, it's entailed.
It is that by which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can grasp things.
So having an uncreated hand is Allah's ability to grasp things. Another reference to a created analogy of me grasping a cup. Okay, what does that tell us about Allah? Does he grasp cups? Of course not. He doesn't believe that Allah is in time and space. So he doesn't grasp cups. So what does it mean to grasp things? Oh, it means he understands things. Oh, so a hand grasping a thing now refers to divine knowledge? Is divine knowledge uncreated? And by the way, he thinks that God is updating his propositional knowledge in lifetime. Literally, that's Jake's position. The Ibn Taymiyyah position is that there is temporal sequence in the divine essence. So it's a ridiculous position.
That he can create Adam with his own two hands.
That's a created
exactly.
thing.
No,
For
it's not. They're not
creatures.
created.
Those are
They're not
creatures.
created.
Hands are
and-
creatures.
And so is God's knowledge. God's knowledge is created.
God's knowledge.
God's knowledge is a creature. You just heard him say that. So he's a polytheist. So the irony is that Jake tries to say that we're polytheists because of the triad, when he has the exact same problem for his real distinction between the multiple attributes and the divine essence. And remember, in Jake's view, the individual attributes are not aseity. The attributes don't possess aseity. So remember his problem to Dr. Branson? Anything that lacks aseity is not divine? Oh, well then each of the divine attributes, in your view, Jake, is not divine because they don't possess aseity, as he admits. So this position is dumb. It's confused, it's garbled, it's nonsense. And it's because Jake started with an approach that he thought Islam would have all this metaphysics, and he thought he would bring this high IQ metaphysics to Islam, and then all the Muslims would bow down to him and think, oh, look how smart, 1111, right? When in reality, he's confronted with the fact that he has to actually affirm in Islam all these ridiculous beliefs. Not to mention the fart hadiths, which he's never going to talk about that. None of the embarrassing real stuff in Islam, like the fart hadiths, are ever going to come on his radar. He'll never discuss that stuff. And that's why people say, well, he won't debate. Why won't he debate Sam Shamoun? Because Jake wants to stick to giving the impression that he's this high-minded metaphysician, which he's not. Because anybody with an IQ above a boot can figure out that nominalism is dumb. And you just heard him say that there's no similarity between this white thing and this white thing, but they're both white. Oh, okay, yeah. So there's no similarity, then you don't have a basis to call both of them white. What is whiteness? This is so silly. Like, he should go back and take, some courses on like Plato's dialogues and go back to the basics, dude. Learn about the problem of the one and the many first. And anyway, so you see the point here. This is all just garbled nonsense. And now he's saying that Allah's knowledge is created. It's a creature. God's knowledge is a creature. So one of the divine attributes is a creature. So now God is made up of uncreated and created attributes. So that's polytheism, Jake. And this is what's so ironic, is that in Islam, all of the things they project against us, when you drill down into their positions, they end up being polytheists, pagans. And they don't even realize it until you actually drill down into what they think. So it's this millions of words everywhere. Islam is like giant books where people are arguing for thousands, well, almost 2,000 years, 1,600 years, about what Allah's oneness means. And meanwhile, you also have to accept fart hadiths about how Satan farts. And if you fart, you got to start your prayers over. I mean, all this ridiculous stuff, which they have to believe. But you'll notice that this is a pattern that we're going to see with not just Islam, but all the cults. All the cults are going to have fundamental predication problems. And when I say predication problems, I'm not saying that everybody, that there's not challenges or difficult questions in theology. Two different things. Everybody has difficulties and challenges in theology. Any worldview. Every worldview has difficulties and challenges. But difficulties and challenges and maybe say areas of fuzziness, lack of clarity, that's not the same thing as an outright contradiction. Those are two different things. So we're going to be looking for outright contradictions in today's cults. But keep in mind, too, this cult, the Muslim cult, the first and foremost mistake that we see is predicating confusion about how words work in relation to God or objects, the denial of universals. Now, to be fair, probably Dr. Khalil could escape the problem of universals, because I would assume, being an openly pro-Neoplatonism, I'm assuming he believes in universals. So this problem wouldn't apply to Dr. Khalil and some of the Shia. But if the rest of the, Sunni world denies universals, which it seems like they do as far as I can tell, the other mainline Shia that are not the Salafi position of Jake, they also, as far as I can tell, are nominalist empiricists and also deny universals. I mean, this is a pretty fundamental philosophical error. You can combine that with other philosophical metaphysical errors that are a little more obscure, like occasionalism, but we're not going to go into that because, of course, Jake, not every one of these people affirms occasionalism, so Jake wouldn't. And that's a more obscure issue, but a more fundamental issue is either ors and lack of understanding of what the Bible actually says. These are the key points here. These are the commonalities that we'll see amongst the cults. And what does this lead to? It leads to the denial of the deity of Christ and the denial of the doctrine of the Trinity. And so how do they get to that conclusion? Well, obviously they start with the assumption that Islam and the Quran are true, and then they work back from that, and they'll arbitrarily pick which elements of the Torah and the prophets and the Gospels that they want and they reject. And it's completely arbitrary because giant portions, as we pointed out in multiple debates now, for example, of the Torah, are cited and repeated in the Quran. So it's not this thing where the Quran maybe only has a few references, right? Let's say maybe if the Quran only had like a couple references, you could say, oh, well, then it doesn't matter if the previous revelation is partly true because the Quran isn't relying on much of it. But no, it's actually relying on giant portions of it, and it assumes that the hearers of the original revelation to Muhammad are able to go and check what Muhammad's saying with the previous text. So the assumption of the Quran is continuity. This is why this is a kill shot for Islam. If the Mosaic revelation and the revelation in the Gospels, which are prior, if they're not consistent with the Quran, then the Quran is a cult and it's a false religion. Because it's all built on the denial of the deity of Christ and the denial of the Trinity. That alone refutes the entire religion. I did a video on that a year ago. And that was the whole Daniel debate. So if you didn't see the Daniel debate and you were confused or you didn't know what's going on, go back and watch that because that's the whole debate. And that alone ends Islam. So all you have to do is point out complete incoherence and inconsistency in their methodology, and it's over. Because they're not consistent with prior revelation. Prior revelation says whatever is supposed to be future revelation has to be consistent with the prior revelation. So hopefully everybody can see this. And the whole methodology is then ad hoc. It's arbitrary. It's these verses which appear to promote Unitarianism prove the Quran, right, that are in the Torah or in the prophets or in the gospel. All the other texts are corrupted. If the texts are corrupted, how do you know which texts are the ones that are correct? For example, they go to Jeremiah 8, which is not about the Bible. Jeremiah 8 is talking about the Pharisees corrupting the Word of God with their Pharisaic traditions. That's the proto-Talmudic tradition. Okay? And somebody was saying, the Talmud wasn't written yet. I'm aware of that. I didn't say the Talmud was written. I said that it's a Talmudic tradition that is being discussed in Jeremiah 8 when Jeremiah proclaims, how can you say we are wise and the law of the Lord is with us? Look at the false pen of the scribe. It works falsehood. They have rejected the word of the Lord. So even in the very passage that we're talking about, okay, Muslims cite this to try to say that the Bible's corrupted. That's not talking about the Bible. Jeremiah even says that they rejected the word. That's talking about the pre-existing divine revelation, whether oral or written down in Jeremiah's day. Okay, there's nothing about this passage that's saying that the Pharisees or the scholars, scribes of that day had corrupted the divine written text or the divine revelation itself. It says that they were trying to corrupt it with their traditions. How do we know that? Because there's a direct parallel between the life of Jeremiah. He's persecuted, right? He's thrown into a pit, right? That's a type of Christ's life. Jeremiah refers to himself as a shepherd of the sheep. Jesus is the good shepherd. There's all these parallels if you read the gospel of not just John, but if you read the gospels and compare them to the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah is 100% an obvious type of Christ. And so this parallels to Jesus' rebuke to the Pharisees. And so does Jesus rebuke the Pharisees by saying that they didn't have the correct Bible? Does Jesus say that the Pharisees corrupted the text? Of course not. He says no such thing. So this is a low-tier, low IQ, standard Muslim objection based on absolute ignorance of the Bible. They're always ignorant. They have no idea what the Torah and the prophets and the Gospels actually teach. That's why the people who leave Islam are the ones that actually begin to understand what the biblical revelation teaches, you see. So let's see, the very thing that Jesus says is what is parallel to what Jeremiah had said. Jesus spoke to the multitudes. The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Therefore, whatever they tell you to do, observe, but do not do according to their works. For they say and do not do. For they bind with heavy burdens. They do their works to be seen by men. They wear garments to look pious. They piety signal, like a lot of people, Orthodox people, do on Twitter. They pray in the public places on Twitter, saying, look how much I'm praying today. Look how pious I am. Then he says they shut up the kingdom of heaven. They make long public prayers for performance and pretense. And here you'll notice, again, this is very parallel to what happens to Jeremiah, because Jeremiah in that section is talking about the corruption amongst the scribes and scholars of his day. And Jesus then talks about the persecution of the prophets. And the Pharisees, because they were self-righteous, they say, I would have never... By the way, why is there an ad for a full-grown woman of middle age wearing diapers? Do people who are middle-aged wear diapers? This is really bizarre. Bible Gateway needs to rethink their ad approach. I'm just joking. People always ask me too, like, are you in charge of the ads that pop up on some of your... No, dude. You think how do I control the ads? You think I control the ads? That's ridiculous. People are... We got to get... There's too much just crazy thinking going on out there. People are drawing these mental connections which do not follow. This is why you got to know logic basics. You don't have to be a logician, but you got to know some of these basics to not fall into these really stupid mistakes. Here's a grown brother in this ad wearing diapers, bro. This is a problem. Anyway, Jesus is basically saying, you're the ones that persecuted Jeremiah, right? The Pharisees are saying, well, had we been there, we would never persecute Jeremiah. And Jesus is saying, because you say that, you show yourself to be the self-righteous, deceived people who actually absolutely did. And then he mentions the murder of Zechariah the prophet, who also was a type of Christ. He's even called... there's a Christological imagery in the book of Zechariah, chapter 1-3, which is also shows the Trinity in the book of Zechariah. Anyway, so as you know, Jesus says that they replace the Word of God with the traditions of men. So when we go back, that didn't work. When we go back to Jeremiah, with those passages in mind from Matthew, the whole chapter, so Jeremiah's mourning for the people. So you see this parallel with Matthew 23. And he talks about the bones of the prophets, the graves coming out of the bones. And then he says, peril of false teaching. You're all backslidden. Speaking to the elders of Israel of his day. Exact parallel to what Jesus is doing in Matthew 23. He says, you don't know the judgments of God, even though you think you do. We are wise and the law is with us. But the pen of the scribe works falsehood, because they have rejected the word of the Lord. Okay? Nothing about this is, Jeremiah in no way is saying, any more than Jesus is saying, that the Torah had been corrupted. He's saying they don't follow the Torah, and they corrupted it with their traditions by not following it. The very thing that Jesus says, that the Protestants always quote ad nauseum, right? You follow the traditions of men, not the word of God. So, there you go. See how lucid and clear. This has nothing to do with Islam. Nothing to do with the Bible being corrupted. It's complete nonsense, completely made up. So, let's hear Sneako. And shout out to Orthodox Meme Squad because they covered this. So it turns out Sneako got confronted, if you guys didn't see, by a Orthodox convert who knew Islam pretty good. And Kyle just had him on, so I shared that video. You can see the interview that Kyle did with the guy that confronts Sneako. But here's Orthodox Meme Squad's take on it. We'll comment on this video.
What's up, everyone? Gonna try something new today. I'm gonna react to Sneako getting obliterated by a Greek Orthodox convert. So let's jump right in.
Can we have a little discussion for the cameras?
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know, you just give us your views on Christianity and we'll just talk about them. We don't have to debate, we can just dialogue if you like.
Here he is.
Okay, so what are you? Let's start with
I'm an Eastern Orthodox.
What does that mean? So a lot of times people say Orthodox, they start off by saying a place.
Yeah, because they're...
People don't say I'm an Arabic Muslim, they don't say I'm an Indonesian Muslim, they just say Muslim. That's
Well-
the number one thing when I hear Orthodox is I'm a Serbian Muslim. What does that mean?
That's
nothing to do with
just-
the country. Just tell me
Well,
So small,
Eastern just
right, bro?
refers typically to the fact that the East and West had a split in the schism in 1054 between what becomes the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Church. We call ourselves particularly Eastern Orthodox to distinct us from the Oriental Orthodox in Egypt, Ethiopia, Armenia, who we have Christological disagreements with. So it's just to point out the distinction in between, because they also call themselves the Oriental Orthodox. In Arabic, for them, Oriental East, it's pretty much the same word. So we only say it in English really to distinct. In just normal conversation, we just call ourselves Orthodox.
Right.
It's just for the sake of making sure that it's clear what position we are holding to. That will just be Chalcedonian Christology. That will just be basic stuff like
homework.
Diophysitism. So as opposed to their view of strict Miaphysitism or monophysite.
I'm good. It's okay. I'm not going to question.
Don't worry, we're just having a little. Yeah.
You said Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah.
Serbian Orthodox, Russian Orthodox.
I go to a Greek church.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Alright, guys. We just have distinctive names because of the language we use in liturgy, in our chants, our books. That's all. It's still the same faith. That's why we say Greek Orthodox, Serbian Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, so we know which language they use, which jurisdiction it is, basically. But we're still one faith. Let's not get that twisted.
Just asking.
I want to pause.
No, come. I wanna have a little dialogue with you, man. I'm not trying to.
What do you want to talk about?
I'm saying I'm trying to hear your views on Christianity. You normally have a lot to say on
How
your
many gods do you believe in?
one.
One God.
Yeah.
Is Jesus God?
Absolutely,
Okay, so who did Jesus pray to?
the Father.
These are TikTok arguments. Oh, all they do nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, the whole of this approach that they use is intended to give the lowest quality approach to get in the biggest number of people, right? But the problem with that is, as we said, it's similar to a lot of cults which hide the real doctrines that you have to believe. You got to believe all of these things. It's not a piecemeal thing, right? So this Tate idea that, oh, I believe in Islam. I can't believe in Islam. I can Bugatti. I can have a Bugatti, a lot of hoes. But I still believe in God, Islam. No, you got to believe the Fard Hadith, bro. You don't get to pick and choose. So everybody's under this delusion that you come into this religion, like Scientology or Mormonism or any of these other kinds of cults, and you can pick and choose what you want to believe. You don't get that right and that authority in these kinds of religions. Whether Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, all of those religions believe in a body of doctrines or traditions that you have to follow. Except you could argue that maybe, quote, Protestantism, at least on the surface, claims that you can bypass a body of traditions that you have to believe. But of course, we all know that that's not really the case. And every Protestant has their own body of traditions that they believe in, which is their own Protestant tradition. So if you are a Lutheran, you're following the teachings and the traditions of Luther and the larger and smaller catechism and whatever, Missouri Synod, blah, 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 blah. You got your own traditions. Come on. All right. Quit acting like you don't. We all know you do. If you're a Calvinist, you're following the traditions of the Westminster Confession. That is not a tradition. That is a repeating of biblical theology. No, it's a repeating of the interpretation of you and Calvin and a bunch of other Protestants. It's a tradition.
Is false, like.
But my point here is, that, as I was saying, is that they're intentionally giving this impression that you can be a Tate-style Muslim where you pick a couple things that you like, and because you think you can have 4 wives, then it's amenable to whatever made-up thing you want to be in, right? Whatever religion you want to make up. But they're not telling you, just like Mormons don't immediately tell you about all the crazy temple stuff, and that God the Father impregnated Mary, and that you can become a god and have your own planet with spirit babies. Okay, the Mormons don't tell you that right away. What do Mormons tell you when they come to you with their nerd outfits, looking like damn Geek Squad employees, showing up, right? You're like, you here to fix my gateway computer from 2003? Nah, I'm here to give you a new gospel, son. What is it? It's the gospel of our Lord and Savior of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which he is one amongst many, many gods and deities. And by the way, you can have spirit babies. They ought to just lead off with that, right? I mean, they might get more people by leading off with, you can have a planet with infinite spirit babies. Oh, by the way, doesn't Islam also say you get a bunch of spirit babes in the next life? Yup. So you see how stupid this is.
False. Lies.
By the way, quite a few cults do this, where there's the public exoteric teaching, which is simple and easy, and we are so clear, bro. One God, bro. One God, according to which Akida? Of the many, which are all fighting with each other.
About Christianity. There's so many Muslim accounts on TikTok that spread these lies, these weak arguments. They have been debunked thousands of times. Even my John of Damascus, St. John of Damascus.
Remember Bobby's perspective? Same stuff, dude. And by the way, you can tell there's an intentional promotion of this stuff. So I'm noticing a pattern of not just is YouTube and TikTok and maybe even Twitter to a degree. The algorithm is promoting all this Muslim stuff. Because if you remember Bobby's perspective, when he said for like a week he was Orthodox, and supposedly he didn't know that the Orthodox taught the Trinity. Come on, dude. So you weren't really Orthodox. you were Griftodox, right? Where you're saying online, and then he realized he can make a lot more money and grow his channel a lot faster by promoting all this dumb Islam stuff. So suddenly Bobby's perspective becomes Muslim Bobby's perspective. And all of his dunks on Christianity are literally Sneako level stuff. And this is the thing, like, this is the pattern here. But they don't tell you, you got to believe the fart hadiths, man. Why are you being so dumb? All these dumb, like 12 or 20-year-old dudes following Sneako, who's an idiot. I mean, the dude doesn't know anything. I don't have any personal beefs with him, although we have asked multiple times for the last remaining Muslim defenders to do a debate. So pretty much the only one left is Muhammad Hijab, who is, I guess, who Sneako relies on. And when I asked Hijab to debate a while back, I mean, it had hundreds of shares, 500, 600, 700 likes. So come on, he saw it. Don't try to act like he didn't see it. They've asked him on his streams to debate me. Somebody said the other night he got asked to debate and he didn't reply. So they don't look. And the other thing too is I think a lot of these big podcasts are also pushing this stuff on purpose, because, and I'm not knocking Dr. Spence or whoever it was. So Patrick Bet David brought Jake and Daniel to debate Robert Spence and somebody else. And I'm not knocking Robert Spence, but to my knowledge, he's never done a debate. So they're bringing on people who don't have any history of debate. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is that's on purpose. And I also think that it's sus that after Tate meets with He goes and has dinner with Saudis or Saudi royal family or something is the story. I don't remember the whole story. But so then after this, suddenly he's like promoting Islam everywhere. So this, I think, is an intentional push. Okay, they're pushing Islam on purpose now that Christianity in the West has significantly been eaten up with dumb heresies and liberalism and Skittles stuff everywhere. So now they think they can make their move. But they're not going to allow people who actually can debate, like Sam Shamoon. They're never going to have Sam Shamoon debating any of these low-tier garbage debaters up there, right? Never. They're only going to pick. This is what this is a trick too. People started noticing this. Remember this? They started noticing with Stefan Molyneux years ago that Stefan Molyneux would only debate like 20-year-old idiots calling in his stream, the low-hanging fruit model of growing your channel and getting an audience, right? And it's a tried and true method. And then a bunch of other fake conservative commentators did the same thing. Then Ben Shapiro goes and debates all these college retorts. Whoa, bro, Ben Shapiro's so smart, dude. He debated an 18-year-old with purple hair who can barely talk. He owned that dude. Right? This is such low-hanging fruit, dude. But because everybody is so dumb, unfortunately, because of all the dumbing down, it works. They get away with it. But people are figuring out after the honeymoon of a week or two or a month or two, we'll say a few months. Oh, I got to believe the fart hadiths. Oh, it's kind of hard to defend those.
Hundreds of years ago. You won't win with these arguments.
Okay, that sounds like there's more than one now.
Well, there's more,
God pray to himself?
because there's more than one hypostases in the Godhead. There's not more than one God, because God in this case refers to the nature, the divine nature, as mentioned in 2 Peter 1:4, the divine.
Yeah, so God can pick out different things. It can pick out a divine person, pick out the divine essence, can pick out a divine operation, attribute, or energy, and it can pick out even created things like fallen deities, the gods. It can pick out angels, or even can pick out human beings who are called God. So, first point here, as we pointed out many, many times, the Muslim argumentation relies on the word concept fallacy, that the word God can only have a single referent. Again, pay attention to the mistakes, guys, that a lot of people make. Because whether it's the Muslims, whether it's the Black Hebrew Israelites, or whether it's these other cults, Jehovah's Witnesses, many of their mistakes, as St. Basil says, are based on grammatical and linguistic mistakes, basic mistakes in logic and grammar, where they assume that a word only has a single referent. The cults and heretics do this all the time. And that same mistake, key point today, guys, the same mistake is going to be the same mistake that you notice Black Hebrew Israelites and people doing when they try to interpret icons and symbology of icons. Conspiracy idiots do the exact same thing. Keep this in mind. How do they do it? Yo, dude, that's a halo behind your saints. That halo is sun worship. Because there's a pagan picture over here. It's a sun. You got a sun. You worshiping God the Son. Son of God. S-U-N. Son of God. S-O-N. Low IQ.
Defies this in Greek. So we understand there's one nature. That's what we refer to when we say one God. These persons have the nature. God is one in nature, tri and hypostases. But the hypostases aren't separate beings, because being is once again proper to the nature. So there's one being in.
That's a pretty good reply. I would have replied with specifically monarchical Trinitarianism and that God generally and usually in the biblical references is referring to the Father. And then by extension, because the Son possesses his Father's same nature, it's also applicable to God the Son. But really, strictly speaking, monarchical Trinitarianism, which is the greatest way to rebut Islam, and this is why we stress monarchical Trinitarianism, is that it's actually the best way to refute Islam. And people get confused because they think, wait a minute, though. Monarchical Trinitarianism means that God the Father is the monarch, and that means it must imply diminution. No, it doesn't. It's no more diminution than a prince and a king, his father, right? There's a role, two different roles there of the father, the king, and his son, the prince, who rules. Does the king, who's the father, and the son, the prince, do they have different natures because they have different roles? Absolutely not. The son has just as much a human nature as his father, the king, has the human nature in the analogy. Okay, this is the Cappadocian analogy. So from regent to prince, from ruler to son, they share the same nature. And if we think of the analogy in terms of the prince ruling as well, the father delegates to the son all the same ruling powers that the father possesses. So if he's the king of the kingdom, he is the ability to make laws and whatever and this and that as a king does. And then he gives that authority, delegates that authority to his son who shares his nature. The analogy is perfect to monarchical Trinitarianism of the role of Jesus to the Father. And that's why all of these passages that the Muslims are going to use to you, against you, when you argue with them or have a discussion with them, out of the Gospels, who Jesus pray to? Who Jesus pray to? Who is Son of God pray to? God the Father, his Father. You have many God. Oh, really? How many attributes does Allah have? And do you agree with Jake and other Sunnis that the attributes are really distinct from Allah's essence? Interesting. And do you agree that the attributes don't possess a deity in themselves? Interesting. So you have 99 deities now. And if you follow Jake, you have 99 deities, and one of those deities in Allah is a creature. So you're a polytheist, because he said God's knowledge is a creature.
Three persons.
What's that word you're using?
Hypostasis.
What's your definition of that?
He has no
Person.
idea what that means.
Individual subsistence and a rational
They're
nature.
separate or they're together?
Distinct, not separate.
What's the difference between distinct and separate?
Well, separable means they can be taken apart.
Yeah, so notice the same mistake that Sneako just made there of the idea that distinction must entail separation. And what are we always saying as Orthodox apologists, whether we're defending the Trinity or the essence-energy distinction? When we're defending the essence-energy distinction against the Thomists, we always have to make this point that distinction does not entail composition or division. Because they say the same thing that Sneako just said. If there's a real distinction between the essence and the energy, then there must be composition. And then you ask the Thomists the exact same thing about their position of real distinction between the persons, and they lose their mind. Because it's a double standard. Because every Thomist believes there's a real distinction between the Father and the Son. So you understand that it's a metaphysical assumption at work that they don't even realize. And the Thomists have it, where they say that distinctions must entail in composition and division. Sneako just said that if there's real distinctions between the persons, then it must be a separation or division. And he doesn't even realize that his own position says that there's a real distinction between Allah's essence and his attributes.
I'm not saying they can be taken apart.
Semantics.
It's not semantics.
Semantics. Because he has no idea what he's saying. Because he doesn't understand it. He's just saying semantics. That's weak. Come on, bro. You can do better than that.
It's metaphysically different. Separation implies like this. I can
Literally gave you
separate
the
this from
definition.
myself. But a
He means
distinction just
semantics.
implies that there is a difference between two things without being able to separate them. And they're different insofar as their identity as
brain
Father, Son, and
cannot
Holy Spirit.
comprehend this.
They're not different insofar as their nature once again.
Okay.
Now remember, Sneako I'm assuming if he's following Muhammad, his job is some kind of Sunni, right? I mean, we know he's not Shia. I don't know he probably doesn't even know what Aqidah is or like anything about what school of Islam he's. By the way, you can't make up your own. A lot of people are new to Islam. They don't know a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of Islam I don't know. So I'm not trying to present myself as a expert on Islam. And I don't know why Jake thought that was a win in the debate. Like, you don't even know Islam the way that I know your position. Okay, but that has nothing to do with what's true or false. So, I mean, you could know my position better than me and still be wrong. But for low tier Muslims, they actually think that like it's a lot of bravado and a lot of like displaying, right? Like I played basketball. Okay, growing up my whole life, played basketball. I was on all the way up into high school basketball. I quit high school basketball. I made the team, but I quit. I didn't want to do it anymore. I was sick of it. And a lot of brothers and sisters, because we actually played girls too. For brothers and sisters that play basketball, their whole thing is like talking smack. And it doesn't bother me because if you play a lot of basketball, you get used to it, right? It's like part of the culture of black people, black girls, black dudes playing basketball. You get used to it. It's fun. Then you get into it and it's part of it. It's the same way with how typical Muslim people operate with how they defend their religion and go about it. It's all about talking smack, all about bravado, and it's all hot air. And there's very little substance behind it because, again, when you dig into the depths of it, you find out, oh, you got to believe in the fart hadiths. Oh, I got a lot of the same problems that I'm saying that the Christians have. Oops.
So, are you sure you believe in one?
Absolutely, I believe in
Are
one
you
God.
sure, he says?
Okay. So when you pray, do you pray to God or you pray to Jesus?
Either or, it's the same thing.
He just said Jesus is God.
Either is that applies too.
Yeah.
See how the language is already.
You can,
No, it doesn't.
You can make a linguistic point if you want. The point is, I could
Either
say,
it implies
I could say, oh God, or I could say, oh Jesus.
Yeah, but doesn't ironic? That's ironic because doesn't Allah ask for people to pray for him? Do you remember that hadith? Is it a hadith or is it a place in the Quran? Sam Shamoon always makes a good point of this. And Allah praise. Yeah. So remember this.
I saw war. I saw.
Remember this quote that he's trying to use as an own.
I saw.
You believe like Jesus is part of the Trinity and the Holy Spirit and God, right?
You believe that, right, Sam?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you believe all of them share essence, the same essence, same understanding, right?
They didn't have the same essence. They'd be different gods, Bob. Can you get to your verse? Hebrews 1:8-12, Bob.
Right. Okay. Praise doesn't.
Hold on, Bob. Don't change the subject. Hebrews
I'm
1:8-12.
not.
God the Father prays to the Son because he glorifies the Son. He praises the Son for being the God who created heaven and earth. He's going to read it for you, Bob. Just be patient. Okay, don't go
What's
anywhere.
wrong?
You want to have a conversation, right?
What's wrong with you, Sam? Come on, take it
I'm
easy.
happy. I love you. You made me happy. I love you, Bob. I'm laughing, dude. You want me to cry?
Okay.
Read it.
No,
Read it for him.
okay. Your throne, oh God.
No, he'll read
It's
it for you because your voice is, I love it when you speak. The Lord God, creator, sustainer of all creation, who's unchangeable. That's prayer, Bob. I won't let you finish because you went to Mark 13:32. That's not part of the original objection, Bob. We'll take it one at a time. Bob.
Now, I'm just fast forwarding to this part where Sam brings up Allah praying. And who's he praying to? Right. And Sam was pointing out that in Hebrews 1, you have this reference to the Father speaking to the Son and calling the Son divine, calling the Son creator, etc., which shows the full deity of Christ the Son.
No, Sam, come on. That's not fair, Sam. Come on.
I'll get you out of here if you're not going to listen. Your first objection was Jesus prays to the Father. Then
Right.
you went to him not knowing the day or hour. That's another argument that I'll bear you in, but let's deal with the first one, and then we'll go to Mark 13:32 about the day hour. Can you be patient, Bob?
Yes.
Can you be patient? Verb, Bob.
Bro, can I speak, please? You keep interrupting me.
What's the Arabic verb for pray?
Pray, yes, Salah is one of them, yeah.
In these verses, there's only one. What's the verb?
So yes, Salah is a prayer, yeah, for prayer.
Okay, it says Allah and the angels perform salah. What does that mean?
Right. Can I explain that?
Before the rapture, yes, go ahead.
Okay, brilliant. Now, when Allah, you have to remember, praise can be used as in terms of to praise somebody, but it doesn't mean that you're actually to praise somebody and to pray to a person.
He's confusing praise and praise. So this is a grammatical mistake. So praying is not the same thing as praising, right? Praise and praise. Praise versus pray. So this is the level of what you're dealing with these people.
Yeah,
Nope,
are
you're
two
lying.
different things. Yes, they
You're
are,
lying, Bob.
Sam. I'm not lying, Sam.
Yeah, let me tell
You
you
know
why.
that. You know
Bob.
that yourself. Oh my
Bob.
God. Can I speak, please?
No, Bob, because you're lying. Because it says Allah and the angels pray. So what are the angels doing when they pray, Bob?
Bro, can I finish, please?
What are the angels doing when they pray, Bob?
Okay. Now, when Allah mentioned that, it's talking about in the sense of praising the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, to praise him, but it doesn't mean Allah is
Bob,
praying
you're
to
not
him.
paying attention, Bob.
Oh my God. Oh my
Bob,
God, Sam.
you're not paying
This is-
attention.
This is
33:43,
your
Bob.
problem, Sam.
Bob,
Sam.
Bob,
Yeah, I can hear you.
33:43 says Allah and the angels pray for believers to bring them out of darkness. There's no praise in that verse. Read 33:43, Bob. Read it.
Right. Are you gonna let me?
Now, people often say to me and to Sam as well, "You're so mean. Oh, you don't show charity." But do you understand that when you do what we do, you are constantly dealing with intellectual dishonesty, snakery, slimery, rookery. Rookery is birds, but I saw a sign for a rookery and it had a snake on it, and it made me think of a connection between a snake and a bird. And if you believe in evolution, then you believe that snakes are birds. That's a joke. So you get the point here, right? So this was Sam Shamoon's point here. Allah is praying. Who does Allah pray to? I thought Allah was God. Oh, but wait a minute. Sneako doesn't even know that his religion teaches that.
I'm saying there's not really a distinction between saying either of those things.
Okay.
It's like
okay, bro.
it's like the difference between saying, "Oh, Ya Allah" and "Ya Rahman." It's just you can say either or, but you're referencing back to the same being, right?
That's just two names.
Yeah, that's the point. And we're just giving you.
See, whenever a Protestant apologetic comes in contact with a Muslim, the Muslim often gets the upper hand, but as soon as they encounter an Orthodox...
Exactly.
Two names.
Yeah, key point, right? Because, and this is what I'm saying about the game, the trickery that they engage in, which is to only engage with low-tier, garbage-tier Protestant evangelical arguments, because that's why they run from everybody who has an in-depth knowledge of the Old Testament, philosophy, metaphysics, and Orthodox people, basically.
Persons in the Godhead.
You're saying two distinct beings
See, you need to
versus
not
two
say
different things.
separate entities. These are distinct persons, but they are one being. So that's just not characterizing what I said correctly.
I would have also stressed the point that you understand you also believe the same thing. And this is not a tu quoque, like we pointed out with Jake, because a tu quoque is to avoid the challenge and saying, but you also have this problem, right? This is, and in that example, Jake's analogy was a false analogy. But this isn't a tu quoque because the analogy holds, because they have the exact same distinction, right, between Allah's attributes and his essence, and the level of reality of that distinction that we have as Orthodox, and also to the persons, right? So the thing that they're pointing out doesn't work as a way to undermine the Trinity. Now, maybe there's other paths that they could take, but to say that naming some kind of multiplicity or distinctions in God or in the triad is in itself a problem for God's oneness doesn't work as an argument, because their position is identical just on the point of distinguishing essence from attributes.
So is that your contention, Christianity, that we're allegedly tritheists or polytheists? Is that your contention?
No, I mean, that's what I don't resonate. It never makes sense to me.
Well, I
speak
just
to people like,
broke it down.
Let me explain. I speak to Eastern Orthodox, Catholics, Jehovah's Witnesses.
When has he ever spoken to Orthodox? I mean, maybe he has. I've never seen it. I've never seen him I've only seen him sitting there, sitting behind Muhammad Hijab, who argues with a bunch of goobers, right? So when has this Orthodox discussion ever taken place? I've never seen it. Maybe it has. I don't follow a lot of Sneako, but again, this is all like really super low tier stuff. Yeah, shout out to the look. Remember, the Irish guy here is a new convert, right? So just like Luigi debating freaking Bluto or whatever, isn't it? Rocky Balboa over there on Lofton's channel. Dude, our catechumens can mop the floor with the top debaters out there.
This is Christian Scientists, Mormons. Everybody has a different definition.
Yeah.
Whether it's a full.
By the way, that's 2 fallacies in a row. So both of Sneako's replies are fallacies. He said that it doesn't make sense to me. That's a psychological report. Has nothing to do with whether it's true or false. It's not an argument. It's basically an irrelevant statement in a debate. So thank you for the biographical details that the argument doesn't make sense to you. That has absolutely nothing to do with the debate or whether it's true or false. Imagine if in every time somebody made a challenge, I said, "That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me." Every opponent would immediately jump on that and point out that I don't have any answer. You see, yeah, just like Sneako saying that. Now he says all of these different groups have a bunch of different views. Another fallacy. It has nothing to do. It's completely irrelevant. These are fallacies of irrelevance. The fact that a bunch of groups have different views of what God is or who God is has absolutely nothing to do with which position is true or false. This should be obvious. And by the way, his position is in the exact same position. Yeah, isn't that true for you too? So you have a position and there's a lot of other positions. I have a position, there's a lot of other positions. But the fact that there's a lot of other positions has nothing to do with whether my position is true or false. This is so like people say this one all the time too, and they do it within the so-called Christian world too, where they say, "Well, there's all kinds of Christian groups. How you know you got the right one?" That's a fallacious argument. The fact that there's a bunch of heresies has nothing to do with what's true or false.
It's a distinct being. Jesus is God. There's only one God. There's 3 gods. There's the Holy Spirit.
Which Christians are you talking to that said there's 3 gods?
Oh, a lot. The Christians are never consistent about what they believe.
Well, anyone who told you,
like Muslims are.
Well, that's the standard formula that it's been for centuries, for nearly 2,000 years. This has been our standard formalization. I mean, once again, I don't know any Christian who says.
The first time I've heard a Christian say, like, I ask, okay, you believe in one God, and then he said either or. If you played to one, you wouldn't use the word either.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
You said you believe in one. You say you believe in one, but then I asked, who do you pray to, Jesus or God? You said either one.
No, I'm saying
either or.
Well, you can twist my language if you want, but as I already made.
Guys, there's no need to spam his name. I just shared the interview that he did with Kyle. So I mean, there's no need to spam anything. So everybody relax. Yeah, I'm happy to have a discussion with our across the pond buddies here. So everybody just relax. It's all good. I'm aware of his stuff. Just everybody chill.
Clear. We're talking about hypostases. We're talking about the fact that any of them are God according to us, but we still pray to any of them as God. There's not really a distinction in regards that they are God. But there's no difference between that and saying you can call upon any of the names of your God and it's still referring to the same being. That's not necessarily a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sort of rhetoric is why I love Christianity and why Tawhid makes sense to me.
But that's not rhetoric. That's calling it rhetoric.
Yeah, it's not rhetoric. I don't know. I mean, again, Sneako keeps confusing very basic things. So the positions that were just laid out are not at all rhetoric. Rhetoric is the type of, flowery language and jokes and insults and, prose. That's all rhetoric. That has nothing to do with the metaphysical claims and arguments that were made against Sneako's position.
I'm not calling it rhetoric.
You said that's the
He left Christianity because he doesn't understand.
Well, he did say it was rhetoric. So then he said, I'm not calling it rhetoric. Oh, you just called it rhetoric.
It still doesn't make sense.
That's called a personal incredulity fallacy. So
yeah, exactly. This is the biographical report, personal incredulity. And so, yeah, glad he called that out as a fallacy.
Appealing to your own lack of understanding of a thing does not entail a thing is not true. That's fallacious.
There you go.
This is Ezekiel. This is Ezekiel.
Hey, don't call her a prostitute. He just called her a prostitute in Arabic.
What in the world is going on? So, some Arab Jabba the Hutt dude walked up with a giant cucumber. What the heck? You know what they'll do? I wouldn't be surprised if, because Sneako was getting demolished, they didn't try to send in some agitprop operative to distract and destroy the whole conversation. That's the kind of sneaky tactics we're talking about that these people engage in.
Man, bro, show your manners. Don't put people aside.
It is. So yeah, this dude just shows up, starts blabbering with a cucumber with a condom on it or whatever the heck that was. I guarantee you that once they saw Sneako was getting owned, they were like, quick, bring in the agitprop. Bring in agitprop.
Don't call women a sharmuta. Don't call women a sharmuta. That's disrespectful.
You motherfucker.
Regardless, don't call people a sharmuta. Be better. Be better. Be better.
So, here you see, this is standard Muslim apologetics, right? So all of this soy people always complaining about, you're so mean, you're too mean. Oh, Jay, you're too mean. Imagine when you meet up with these people and they cuss you out in your face, or when they try to grab your wife's butt, or do worse. Are you going to cower? You will probably cower back. Because a lot of cuckianity in the West, they wouldn't even engage in the self-defense of standing up to people coming after their wife and kids. I mean, look at the way that they're handing them over to have, elements of their privates removed. So all of you people whining about being mean, imagine standing up for your position and then you're going to deal with this kind of stuff. Really, it's a cloak for cowardice. People that won't stand up for their position, and then they sit back and say, I don't like Dyer. He's too mean, and I'm very pious, by the way. Watch me pray on Twitter. Look how pious I am.
Be better. Be better. Be better.
Just a prime example.
Be better.
Of Christians facing the Middle East every day.
Yaki, what's your adab?
And what is he doing with this? So it's just a wrapped up cucumber. What the heck is going on? So look, this is what you're dealing with, bro. This is the level of Muslim apologetics, okay? It's fat dudes showing up with giant cucumbers in your face, screaming about whores or something. I don't know. This is insane.
Brother, be bad with these, man.
His dick longer than donkey.
Where is this?
That dick longer.
So he's talking about giant cucumber penises, which has nothing to do with what they're talking about. But I guarantee you they sent that idiot in there to distract the conversation.
Sorry, we didn't. Sorry, that interrupted us over there.
Yes.
So,
let's go.
It's okay.
That's classic Dyer right there, sending that kind of agitprop stuff.
Okay, bro. I don't really want.
Well, no, because I want to engage with what you think about my beliefs.
He doesn't
right?
want to debate him.
Could you say it?
Is that what you really want? Or you just want some clout?
I can put it with God as my witness. I have no interest in clout.
Which God?
My God, the Lord our God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I was just curious because he says a lot about our faith online. I just want to engage with him in a dialogue. I think that's fair for a critic of our faith to engage with someone who wants to answer some criticisms.
And explain.
He talks and screams.
Because I've never heard an answer that makes sense to me.
Crap,
You're saying that my lack of understanding is wrong?
Well, I'm saying that appealing...
No, he said that your lack of understanding doesn't constitute an argument. He didn't say it's wrong. He said it's not telling us anything relevant to the debate, right? The fact that it doesn't make sense to you, or I just find that hard to believe, is a fallacy.
Faith all starts from understanding. If something doesn't make logical sense to me, if I don't understand it, I'm not going to believe it.
All I was stating...
It's something personal. That's not a personal attack on your faith. Well, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
I mean, it doesn't make sense to me the level of mathematics that go into an iPhone. So therefore, I don't believe in mathematics at all being involved in the creation of an iPhone. It just doesn't make sense to me. So it's not true. You see how dumb this is? This is a really stupid argument.
Now the way you explain it, hypothesis, either or, distinct, it still doesn't make sense, and I don't think anybody will ever be.
He didn't say either or. He said distinction. So you notice he's thinking in dialectics, right? Something's either one Or if it's not one, it's two, and that's separation and division. Not even realizing that he has got the exact same position that Allah's attributes are really distinct from his essence.
Well, it's made sense and been understood quite consistently throughout many fields of philosophy and theology for centuries. So that's not true. But what I was pointing out there is appealing to I don't understand this or this doesn't make sense to me doesn't actually prove the thing in question false. That's called a personal incredulity fallacy. So your reasoning is logically flawed. So it doesn't follow to...
I have a question for you. Are you a hypocrite?
Sometimes.
Is that what Jesus taught you?
He did not expect that answer.
No, Jesus taught me to be better, but I'm
He
also
did not expect that answer.
So what kind of a dumb, again, you notice that it goes from like bad to worse, right? And this is typical for the average sort of Muslim interaction. And so this guy says, are you a hypocrite? Like, what does that have to do with, again, another fallacy? Because even if I'm the worst hypocrite on the planet, right, that has nothing to do with whether my argument is true or false. So like, they don't even know what ad hominem is. So let's say I admit that I'm the worst hypocrite. I'm Judas. Right? I'm tiny mustache man in a debate, okay? Now, what does that have to do with whether what I'm saying is true or false? But these people are literally thinking at that level that if you're a hypocrite, then your arguments are false. Okay, again, people, they don't know anything about basic fallacies, basic logic, basic informal fallacies. And that's why they fall for faulty predication arguments and word concept fallacies. Do you see this? You guys see this? If Jesus prays to the Father, then the Father alone must possess divinity. There cannot be any other sense of divinity. It's a false either or. It can be a both and. So quite often in theology, for example, especially when we look at Trinitarian theology or Christology, you'll notice in the 7 ecumenical councils, the way that they deal with heresies quite often is to reject the either ors that the heretics are trying to demand. Either it's grace or it's works. Either it's predestination or it's free will. Either Jesus is divine or he's human. And what's the typical answer in the councils, the Orthodox councils, to these questions? It's a both and. It's not an either or.
Well,
Now, by the way, for people who are going to get confused, I'm not saying every question is solved by a both and. It depends on the thing in question, because sometimes it is either or, right? Sometimes it is. It's not like there's a mediating position between does God exist and God does not exist. Oh, so you're saying that it's a both and, he does and does not exist? No. It depends on the question that will determine whether it's a both and or an either or.
Your Christian sister is cursing.
Oh yeah, I disagree with her.
But you don't say anything to her.
Oh, I do.
So there's some woman there that's doing something, and that's why the guy got in his face. So, and by the way, people are like, how come you don't go to Speaker's Corner? Lewis had said a long time ago that he would want me to go down there. I'm not opposed to that, but I haven't been back to the UK in a long time, so it just hasn't worked out.
Well, once again, we all know Shalini. Shalini's got a particular way, but calling a woman a sharmuta, which is a prostitute or whore in Arabic, I was just telling him that by engaging in this,
cursing the greatest
I agree.
man to ever step
I agree. She shouldn't be doing that in that manner. I've never disagreed. I don't go around the park doing that. I don't think I'm known for doing that.
My God.
I think I don't have any particular reason why I should be lumped in. I was just saying that.
So this was about I'm guessing some evangelical woman there who's making fun of Muhammad or something. So that's why they're saying, oh, how dare she? Muhammad's the greatest man that ever lived. Where does Sneako get the idea that Muhammad is the greatest man that ever lived? Again, he doesn't even know the basics of Islam yet.
Regardless of that, as a Muslim man, do you really think he needs to be following around a tiny woman like that, calling her a sharmuta? As a Muslim man, genuinely. Do you think?
I don't agree with that, but
there you go. So all I was trying to do is.
You guys are the most loving people.
Doesn't mean this is just silly because it's not really engaging with the truth of either oppositions. This is just somewhat of an appeal to emotion, appeal to the crowd to try and make people look a certain way. I'm not really interested in that.
There you go.
This is not.
Yeah, props to our Orthodox bro here for literally calling every deflection back to the topic at hand. So, like, he's on point here with each one of these issues being a deflection and getting back to the main point. And that's the best way to handle debates, right? Because one thing you'll notice if you do a lot of debates is that people oftentimes will try to go off the reservation, off into crazy land. Oh, let's go, going down rabbit holes, red herrings, right? To get away from the thing that was in question that never got solved, right? It's like debate tricks and tactics 101. And you'll notice it all the time. So props to calling that out and saying, no, let's get back to the main point, not this cucumber stuff.
Establishing truthhood in any regard.
I mean, exposing the character.
You can say what you want, but you don't really know me, so trying to get onto my character just for trying to basically say...
Oh, so you notice that lowest tier move, we're going to expose your character. All that dude did was say, you shouldn't be talking this way. How does that expose? That didn't even expose his character, right? Actually, that shows good character. So, like, did you see this bad faith move? I hope everybody sees this. This is what the Muslims always do. And yeah, I'm sure there's Christians that do the same thing. But this is just such a slimy tactic to, we're going to expose your character.
Don't be going around calling people shot. You don't know whether I've addressed Shalini privately or not.
What is good character in Islam, by the way? What is that? Good character? Oh, so you guys are the paragons of good character? Yeah, right. Give me a break.
So you're just assuming on my character. It shows me something more about you than about my character.
All I can do is assume your character.
And all I can do is do for you.
This guy's even worse than Sneako. This dude's like, I'm here to expose your character. And then he's like, how do you know about my character? All I can do is assume about it. So you have no actual knowledge that he has bad character. So this is basically just an admission that we can't beat your arguments, so we're going to say you're a bad person. The garbage bottom ad hominem tier of all ad hominem garbage bottom tiers.
But I'm willing to not.
But at least this dude is like basically admitting it. That's great.
Until I've actually had an interaction, seen how you are. I don't know why you seem like you have something against me right now, but I only genuinely want to have an open dialogue and hopefully talk about why I believe Christianity is true and what objections you guys have to Christianity being true. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, now they're going to start walking away, right? Because they can't handle it. Can't handle it. These people always fold when it comes to the real meat of the issue. So 99%, 90% of Islamic apologetics is hot air, bloviating, causing a ruckus, agitprop, and then absolutely no substance when you get down to it. That's what cults do. Again, think about the emotional appeals, because you notice this guy, they tried to do this emotional appealing to the crowd, right, as a deflection. Think about what Mormons do. Mormons do the same thing with emotional appeals, although not like a crowd debate situation. But what do they always say about how to know the truth of Mormonism? Oh, if you pray, you'll have a warm feeling in your bosom. If you pray about the Book of Mormon and ask God to show you the truth about the Book of Mormon, you'll have a warm, fuzzy feeling. You see. Yeah, that's a form of an emotional appeal. Okay, the warm, fuzzy feelings I have, that might be from anything. That could be from, bubble gut from the pizza I had, giving me indigestion. That could be, I don't know, maybe I'm standing out there arguing with people and somebody's out there puffing blunts and a cloud of weed smoke came past me and gave me a warm feeling. So how do I know it's that or the Mormon deity giving me warm feelies? I mean, it's just so silly. But see, this fools a lot of people. These tricks, these techniques, these tactics fool a lot of people because people don't ever get grounded in basic fallacies and basic reasoning skills. Okay, and I'm not even saying you got to go be a professor. I'm not saying you got to take college logic classes. You don't even have to do that stuff, right? I mean, you can do that. But it's not even that necessary to get the basics down. And here's another point that we want to highlight in regard to techniques and tactics of cults. Cults will never try to teach you logic and informal fallacies. Never. I've never once seen a cult leader try to inculcate and teach people basic logic, basic critical thinking, and the informal fallacies. Why? Well, a cult leader doesn't want you thinking that way, because you might realize that he has dumb arguments and you might leave his dumb cult. So of course he's not going to promote that kind of stuff, which empowers you to not be a dupe and not be a sap, a simp for whatever dumb cult is in question. Now, maybe there's some cult, maybe there's a logic cult out there somewhere, right? I mean, you could theoretically have a logic cult. Maybe there's a Neoplatonic worship of logic, or maybe there's a Pythagorean cult somewhere that worships logic. I mean, but come on, like that's, nobody even knows if that even exists. Okay, so I'm not saying it's not possible, but 99.9% of the cults, right? And this is it's so annoying in our culture today. There's so many spurgs and spurgatrons to where you can't even talk in generalities, right? Because obviously I'm saying that there's no known cults that teach logic. And some Spurgatron 5000 nerd will go and find some damn Nordic cult in the middle of Sweden that worships logic. Oh, I've proven you wrong. There is actually a Nord cult that worships logic. Dyer exposed. Dyer refuted. We got him. We got him. Like that's how people think. Dummies, listen. Generalities are not wrong. There's nothing wrong with speaking in generalities. And you don't have to fact check every sentence, okay? But there's people like this. They'll fact check every sentence. By the way, I thought that'd be a good idea for a cult. I mean, not a cult, a skit. Like a Snopes style skit or something. Like imagine in reality if you had to fact check, or if you tried to fact check every sentence in your whole life. I don't know. It seems like there's a skit there somewhere. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Yeah, move on. Move on.
I couldn't hear it. Oh, he was just trying to pick up my character because I told him not to follow the woman around. So
right,
I told her.
Texas character.
So we're getting towards the end of that quote. Shout out to Orthodox Meme Squad. Shout out to our bro here, Ananda, I think is his name, who was on there doing a great defense. There's that full video if you want to watch that right there. Let's go over here to, am I ready for the Hebrew root stuff yet? I'm not sure. Let's see. We got a lot of nonsense we haven't even gotten to yet, yo. Let's see. I think there was one or two other things I wanted to pull up. No, that's not it. Let me look at my notes. Bryson. Zeus. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to... Oh, I wanted to give a shout out to Kyle's interview. So if you want to see more of our bro there, you can go over here. If you go to my community tab right here, scroll right here. So here's Kyle's video.
AI.
Islam, Buddhism, and Orthodoxy with Ananda Apologetics. And I watched this interview this morning. It was a good interview. So I'll put this in the chat right here for you guys. What that is. What that is. Remember when I asked Bryson Gray about fallacies? I said, that's a fallacy, son. What that is. Fallacy, what that is. Exactly. All right. It's time to move on. Let's get to Hebrew Israelite stuff. Let's get to their weird anti-Trinitarian stuff. The idiot conspiracy memes that are going around. It's being all over TikTok. I hopped on Instagram and I'm seeing rappers literally today sharing this stuff, and that Jesus is really black. I mean, oh my gosh, this is so silly. So we're going to get to this in a second. Before we do that, though, I got to remind you guys, we do have a show sponsor today. Shout out to all of our super chatters. We got a lot of super chats coming in. Appreciate that, you guys. Real quick, though, I got to remind you, we do have a supporter. It's the most based red pill awesome company in the world, known as Chalk.com. And our friend AI Vivek Ramaswamy has something to tell you guys. M. Night Shyamalama Ramaswamy.
I'm gonna put you on something crazy real quick. Most of these Zoomer gym bros are consuming macro-guzzling synthetic dyes and synthetic sweeteners on the daily. They don't even know it. Goofy AF. There's nothing great about that. Do not listen any further unless you are an alpha or sigma male. This is important and there could be consequences. There's a new certified sigma male pre-workout powder for sigmas only. It is guaranteed to empower you to dominate your co-workers, fire your boss, aggressively gamble, or invade a small village. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, which are actually not natural at all, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode, colored with organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine made in a sketchy Chinese lab. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract, which will get your mind going and pump you up to the max. Chad Mode is made in America with all clean ingredients, the first clean pre-workout of its kind. Why are these people adding synthetic sweeteners to every single pre-workout when there are many studied downsides to consuming nasty fake sucralose? Each dose of Chad Mode contains the kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and dominate anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will make you more dominant in your daily life, so proceed with caution. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Don't miss out. Secure your supply of Chad Mode on TikTok Shop with a limited time massive discount. Elevate your workouts and supercharge your days. Chad Mode. Not for your average gym bro zoomer who consumes synthetic blue dyes on the daily. Buy on the TikTok Shop now with a massive discount provided by TikTok for a very limited time. Buy now while this is still available, or go to chalk.com and use code in.
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed, because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today, which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational, is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back, and then here's a justification, and then it gets wokeified and spread out, and then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action.
That little monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate that you counter now? You ran from Andrew and from me. That little monkey, you like them female monkeys with them bananas between their trees, hanging down, upside down frown, that's a smile. My little monkey, what you doing to me? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ee, ee, ee. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ee, ee. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ee, ee, ee. Climbing up that tree. Climbing up that tree. Matt and a female male monkey climbed up a tree. ing and doing much more and worse than that. Matt Dilla monkey, he. Matt Dilla monkey, he. Give me a na-na-na. Na-na-na. One more big na-na-na. Cause my name is Matt Dilla Monkey. But I say it's not a banana. I say it's a vajayjay. That reminds me of Jay. He beat me in a debate. Matt Dilla Monkey. Matt Dilla Monkey, what happened to you, baby? I thought you was all about reason and you was all about science. But now you're saying all kind of bunch of nonsense.
You climb until the monkey. You climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Not till the monkey. You like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees, hanging down upside down, frown. That's a smile. That's a smile. Matt Dilla Monkey, what you doing to me? Dilla Monkey. Dilla Monkey.
I couldn't resist. Come on now. That shit's too good not to keep playing it. We all know it too. How is it so good? I don't even know. I mean, you can thank our producer AI bot for that.
The J didn't,
and you could thank Scooter for that. That was my original vocals put into the vision of Scooter via AI. Matt Dilla Monkey, what you doing to me? All right, let's kick it off with this, which I don't know who this dude is, but people are sending me this dude's clips. So let's start with this clip, and then we'll move over into kind of some of the background of the BHI, the Baha'i, not Baha'i, but Black Hebrew Israelite, Baha'i. And I'm assuming that this guy is in that domain. I don't actually know, but it's a good way to move into this topic. So let's hear this. I hate these arguments. Drive me so crazy because this is so stupid.
Get discovered or created till the 1600s. So they're saying it's Jesus. And what does that mean? It means Jesus, that name doesn't even exist, okay? The J didn't get discovered or created till the 1600s. So they're saying it's Jesus. And what does that mean? It means Hail Zeus. Calling on the name of Jesus, they're saying Hail Zeus. They're not even calling on God or somebody who they think might be the son of God. They're calling on Zeus.
Okay. Now, if you guys remember when we had an open forum the other day, we had a man call in who had written a book that he insists proves that if you worship God, God sounds like God, and God in Isaiah is a Semitic deity of fortune. God is the is the name of a pan-Semitic god of fortune, depicted as a male, also sometimes as a female. It's mentioned in Arabic histories, also mentioned in Isaiah 65:11, and some translations just refer to this deity as fortune because it's the deity of fortune. So this individual, much like our friend, our brother on TikTok here, is saying that because Gad is similar to God, the referent is the same. Okay, first of all, they're not similar. They're similar when you pronounce Gad in a way like a damn person from Boston or something. Okay, so if we're going to be Boston retarded, right, like Matt Damon or Ben Affleck in Good Will Hunting or some crap, right? Boston, do you believe in God? Yeah, I believe in God. Do you believe in Matt Goodbad? I believe in Matt Goodbad because he's retarded. Right? All that nonsense Boston talk. Okay, maybe in that way it would be similar, but they're not similar. God is not Gad. That's two different things, dummy. So why am I harping on this? Because people are making the same move, the same mistake that English modern transliterations, because they sound similar to something else, somehow have the same referent. This is insane. And this is schizo level. Okay, this is legit schizo level. We make the joke, right? Schizo is a meme, but sometimes it's not a meme. Sometimes people are actually thinking that. For example, it is possible that the name of Jacob's son, Gad, is something close to or similar to Gad, a theophoric name or description. And I'm going to help the slow boys in the audience. Okay. Let's use a classic example that we've used for many, many years. And hopefully this will be very clear. And I'm going to help you to distinguish what we're talking about from Charles Manson level theology. Literally. Okay. So do you want to be a Charles Manson level theologian? Maybe some of you do. Maybe some of you believe in helter skelter. God and the devil at one. That's literally what he thought. In the Bible, we have the statement, for example, that Jesus is the lion of the tribe of Judah. Oh, but what do we read according to Peter? The devil is like a lion seeking whom he may devour. So the lion of the tribe of Judah is Jesus, and the lion of the devil. What's the Charles Manson conclusion here? By the way, Carl Jung makes a similar conclusion. We've talked about how Carl Jung's essay, which I think is actually a book, but if you read Aeon, Carl Jung says Jesus is Antichrist because the same words and symbols are used for both. So Antichrist is a king of kings in the temporal realm. Jesus is king of kings. They're the same. Jesus is called the morning star. Lucifer is called the morning star. So Jesus is Lucifer. By the way, this is actually a fallacy. Okay. No. Okay. The fact that in one context, Jesus is referred to as a lion is not saying that Jesus is the devil. How is this not obvious to people? And let's use a similar analogy. I've actually seen like people on the internet do this. Okay, what is this? What is this? Oh, it's let's take this to absurd levels here. It's the Gnostic cross. Okay, the Gnostic cross is a cross in a circle. Oh, but it's also a pie chart. right? Oh, this could be a businessman's business pie chart, and he's doing some damn business work at the business company, doing some business transactions and making some business charts, right? Like sales are up 1/4 of a pie at the business company. Oh, but it's also a Gnostic cross that he drew. So all business dudes are Gnostics. Whoa, mind blown, dude. Biznosticism. And also, it's a sights. Dude, that's a gun sight, bro. That looks like you're looking down the sight of a gun. Pop, pop. So, it's the gun Gnostic business. How can we combine all of these? And it's, oh, bro, my mind's blown. Look at that. It's the Gnostic gun biz. What other nonsense could we apply to this? Oh, it's also a pizza. Oh, dude. It's a pizza, dude. A pizza is shaped like that. And it's cut in New York style. So it's a giant slice, bro. Pizza gate, dude. Pizza gate, dude. Whoa, my mind getting blown live time. Gnostic gun biz pizza gate. You see how dumb this is and how silly this is. This is the level that we're at. This is what people are doing, dude. You think I'm playing? This is how dumb this is. Okay, so this will get 1 million views on TikTok and everywhere else, Twitter. But just a little bit of sanity that I try to bring will get 200 views. I mean, this is just crazy. So ever since Ice Cube and Kanye decided that, because number one, these are icons, first of all, of black people. Secondly, because there are black saints. Secondly, some of these old icons, the paint gets old and aged, and it darkens. It does not mean Jesus and Michael the Archangel are black. Okay, this is so silly. And Kanye talked about this like 5 years ago. Okay, so he was one of the first. And my suspicion, I don't remember all the details, but if you remember, when Kanye was first waking up, he watched Century of the Self, which is a good documentary, and he shared it and was talking about all this stuff. And then he had the Trump phase, and he dyed his hair and all this. And then he started sharing this, where the icons are supposedly Black Jesus. Okay. Then Ice Cube picked up on it, and he started sharing icons of Black Jesus. And again, this was like 2018. Pretty sure it's 2018. The early Kanye stuff where he was starting to wake up was 2016, 17. Then I think Ice Cube started sharing this on Twitter in 2018. And it kind of died out for a little while. But I was on the airplane flying back from our LA event. And like I said, I was sitting next to a black dude who, I mean, he was watching Hebrew Roots, Black Hebrew Israelite stuff on his phone. And this week I've seen not just this, but multitudes of this all over social media everywhere. And now all the rappers are into this and sharing this stupid stuff. Okay. So it's just so silly, man. This is so dumb. And people are falling for it because of the algorithm pushing this everywhere and because people have TikTok brain. Okay. By the way, thank you for the super chats. We'll read a couple of these in a minute. If you want to support the stream, you can do so via the super chat function, which is right there. And now I don't know a whole lot about Hebrew roots and Black Hebrew Israelites. So we're going to look at some introductory videos, some overviews. I did remember on the last stream, if you guys recall, that many, many moons ago, 2016, 17, when I was on with Worski, we did have a debate with a Black Hebrew Israelite dude, which I totally forgot about. I don't remember any of his arguments, though, or what he was trying to say. Something about Solomon and Bathsheba, I'm sure. But again, this was like 7 years ago. By the way, that was early too. That's 2016. That was like early phase of Black Hebrew Israelite stuff. Not even really on the scene yet. Just kind of starting to pop up on a few YouTube videos that went viral and got a lot of attraction back in 2016. And again, because people are waking up to real conspiracy stuff, this is the pattern that everybody goes through when you start figuring out how the world really works. You hear about Jeff Stein McEfrey, and you hear about conspiracies, and you hear about, all this stuff. And then the immediate thing everybody does, we've all done this because I'm not knocking people, but the immediate thing that everybody does is you hear about a few real things, Federal Reserve, Jeff Stein McEfrey, then they jump to the craziest things. So if I'm lied to about, the two-party system, I've been lied to about everything, including the history of Egypt, Britain, Russia, and the Middle East. Okay, no, that doesn't follow. So just because the mainstream media covered up and lied to you about certain things and the fiat money system's a scam, it does not follow from that all this other madness is true. But we can understand that when you have your belief system shaken, you're then primed to believe or be fed a bunch of nonsense. And by the way, the system actually knows this. And you might be surprised because you say, oh, Jay, aren't you into, quote, conspiracies? Actually, we spend a lot of time on this channel debunking fake conspiracies, conspiracy candy, and nonsense. For example, the alien psyop. One of the first interviews I ever did, first podcast ever put up on this channel, was debunking alien crap. Calling it out as a total nonsense psyop at least 10, 12 years ago. And why is that? Well, because when I started looking into what we could call conspiracy stuff, for me, as you guys know, in the late 90s, that started with questioning the United Nations, who put money into the UN, questioning things like the ideology behind Freemasonry, right? Kind of all the basic stuff. And I remember seeing a clip of Lord Voldemort talking about Skull and Bones. And I thought in 2003, I was like, what is this? Skull and Bones, I need to read about this. So I got the Sutton book, PDF back in the day in 2003 or 4. Started looking into Skull and Bones. Then I saw some of Burmes's stuff, started questioning the Big Nine. And those are all, pretty standard. A lot of us went through that kind of a process. And I also began at that time to question everything. I started thinking, well, maybe I've been lied to about everything. Maybe I've been lied to about Christianity. Maybe I've been lied to about the earth and evolution. Maybe I've been lied to about any number of things, right? So we all kind of might have certain phases. And remember, back in 2003, 4, 5, the internet was very different. There was not a lot of information out there at the time. So, for example, if you were going to question other things like Protestantism, Roman Catholicism, there wasn't a lot of stuff you could go to. New Advent existed. I remember New Advent being there. But like in apologetics, there wasn't a whole lot of stuff. The debate was almost always Protestant versus Roman Catholic. Didn't know anything about Orthodoxy in 2003, 4, 5. I mean, I'd heard of it, but I didn't know anything about it. So that's just how it was, right? So remember that it was a different internet. It was not flooded with all kinds of information, both good and bad, which can easily speed up the process of figuring things out. So we're at a tremendous advantage, actually, even with all the control and lockdowns and nonsense and gibberish and bots and disinformation on the internet. We're still in a good position that you can still, if you know what you're doing, find good information and pretty quickly debunk stuff. However, my concern is that this seems to be a very small portion of the population that can actually do that, because so many people are falling for this kind of stuff. And that's the danger here. And what I'm saying is that the system is very aware of this kind of stuff as you learn, as you progress in your understanding of this stuff. And you learn that a lot of conspiracies are put out on purpose as disinformation, as rabbit trails, deflections, misinformation. I mean, I think all this solar eclipse nonsense is an example of that. If something happens, I don't think it has any necessary connection to an eclipse. I remember the eclipse back in 20 15, 16. I remember walking outside and it was like dusk for 10 minutes. Ooh, you know, it was cool, but like nothing happened. And all these idiots on the internet were talking about, oh, signs and wonders, blah, blah, end of the world. Again, if you've been in the domain of studying conspiracies and alternative information, I've been hearing about the red heifer since I was an evangelical idiot in the 90s. I've been hearing about a third temple's going to be built. I mean, there will be one, but when I hear this news, I'm just not that impressed. I've been hearing about Planet X and all this nonsense. Okay, this is coast-to-coast level stuff. I've been hearing about, what else? I mean, there's a million of these. Just dumb, fake conspiracies. FEMA camps! I mean, there are actual FEMA camps, but there's not. Do you remember in the 2000s, like, there would be the story of the FEMA coffins? Total nothing. Fake conspiracy. The generals that come out to expose the aliens and the clones in the underground bases. Total nonsense. Okay, there's no aliens and clones in underground bases. There's no evidence of it. If it is complete and utter bullshit, nonsense, disinformation, and distraction. And a large portion of alternative media in the conspiracy world is populated by kooks, spooks, and crooks. Something else that you will learn over time. Now, let's look at a couple examples before we look at this with the icons here. A couple examples of what I'm talking about. And you'll notice the errors of analysis in much of the conspiracy world. As an example, very similar to the errors that people make in comparing religions. Okay? And I'm just pulling this up because I want you guys to see that I'm not making it up. And it's a very common mistake. Let's talk about the first fallacy that particularly conspiracy-minded people are prone to. And that's the fallacy of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Let me put it to where you guys can see it better. Matilla monkey, you climbed up in that tree. The Texas sharpshooter fallacy is a logical fallacy based on a metaphor of a gunman shooting at a barn, and then he draws a target around all the bullet hole clusters to say, aha, I hit the target. And this ignores coincidence, randomness, etc. So it's a form of picking and choosing the data to fit the system and ignoring elements that don't fit the system, right? So it's a fallacy because there are coincidences, there are at times randomness, and not every cluster of data is necessarily connected. They may be, but they're not necessarily connected. And that's why it's a fallacy. That's why it's an error in critical thinking and logic. Let's see if there's some other examples. Now, Wikipedia is not the best for this kind of stuff because they might have not Nostradamus. This will be a good one. So, in many of Nostradankadonk, as we might say, in many of his quatrains, they are often liberally translated from archaic French versions in which their historical context is lost. It's then applied to support the erroneous conclusion that Nostradamus predicted many modern-day events. I wish it had given us an actual example. Let's see if we can find some good examples of Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So the logical form is X and Y are compared by several criteria. The conclusion is made based on only the criteria that produce the desired outcome. Let's see, they use Nostradamus again. So it's ignoring differences while focusing on similarities. Yeah, so that's the picking of the clusters of data. And you can easily see, right, guys, why this would be very applicable to, or very tempting to people in the conspiracy alternative community analysis realm. So, yeah, here's an example. So, if you focus just on this one ambiguous example of Nostradankadonk, where he says that there are beasts and a great ruler in Germany, and then it says Hister. You say, well, that's Tiny Mustache Man. Well, if you consider the fact that Nostradamus made 1,000 predictions, and one of these happens to be kind of close, that's not a very strong case that Nostradamus is predicting the future. I want a different example, though. Anyway, you get the idea. Those are good enough. And then the other one that is particularly a temptation of the conspiracy world is the gambler's fallacy. And you'll notice that, again, even though we're talking about the conspiracy world as an example, this will overlap with Hebrew roots, because Hebrew roots oftentimes has a lot of conspiracy theory undergirding their approach to history and, quote, theology, which is just a bunch of nonsense. But gambler's fallacy, also known as the Monte Carlo fallacy, when an individual erroneously believes that a certain random event is less likely or more likely to happen based on the outcome of previous events or series of events. So I'll give you an example. If I roll the dice and I get a 6, 3 times in a row on the dice, does the fact that I previously rolled a 6 3 times in any way give a greater likelihood that I will roll a 6 a 4th time? Of course not. The answer is obviously no. But let's apply this to errors that are made in the conspiracy world. Oftentimes, for example, conspiracy people will say, this event has questions around it that make it perhaps a planned fake flag event. This other event has elements that make it a fake flag event. And then a third event happens, it must be a fake flag event. Okay, that's not just a hasty generalization or a rash conclusion, because we don't know yet whether it's a fake flag event. And to say that, well, there's some similarities to the previous event, you see, can be a combination of both the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, because you don't know that you're picking the right cluster of data of similarity yet, right? Because we're saying in this example, the event has just happened. We don't know yet. Because you might be ignoring the data that shows a dissimilarity between the previous event and the new event, you see. So that's why we can't jump to the conclusion that because a big event happened, it is necessarily a fake flag event. And in the conspiracy world, you see this all the time. And this is a fallacy. Now, it may be a fake event. But what I'm saying is that just because there are similarities, and because the last 2 events in our example perhaps happen to be, for the sake of our example, fake flag events, it does not follow that the third one is, you see. Does everyone hopefully see why this is a fallacious move? Okay. Now, keep these fallacies in mind, because you're going to start to notice patterns of how false parallels, word concept fallacies, false conclusions are made on similarities. For example, the similarity of pronouncing the English word Zeus with Jesus. Okay, that's a fallacy. Phonetic similarity in no way entails the same referent, and this should be obvious. This should be a grammar school, this is like a grade school level problem that we should all know this. This is so silly. Okay. Gad in ancient Hebrew or whatever the original, where's my whiteboard at? I lost my whiteboard. Whatever the original term. Oh, well, you don't need the whiteboard. You get the point. Whatever the original term was, it is not the English God, which is standing for the word theos in Greek. Okay, this is really silly. Okay, but now let's do the same thing here, where we see, first of all, the picture at the top in this example is Saint Moses the Black. Every Orthodox person knows who Saint Moses the Black is. Okay, and the next one I'm not sure who the next one is. I can't really see it. And I also don't know who the third one is. It's blurry. But the funny thing is that this guy didn't even look to see that the icon at the top left of Moses is black. It says it's Saint Moses the Black. Like, it literally says it right there. It says Moses. And he says, do y'all see these black Jesus paintings? Okay, well, the fourth one is the Archangel, right? Looks like Michael, maybe Gabriel. The next one is an old, darkened picture of Jesus. The next one, I don't know what that might be. That might be a Coptic icon. Now, sometimes Coptic icons make the mistake of, and they're non-canonical, by the way, they make the mistake that Jesuits make, which they think that you can portray Jesus as any ethnicity. No. Sorry, you can't do that. Jesus is not every ethnicity. He is only a Hebrew. And he must only be a Hebrew to fulfill the Hebrew prophecies. So it is a weird Gnostic move, for example, when you see Jesuits who promoted a Chinese Jesus. Jesus isn't a Chinese baby, I'm sorry. Now, in the Orthodox view, Jesus assumes, because he's a divine hypostasis, in his singular, particular human nature, all of human nature. So even though he's a particularized human nature, that particular human nature, that particular, is also universal. And thus he's able to resurrect all of human nature from Adam because he's the new Adam. So even though Adam is a single being, he contained within him, in potential you could say, all of his descendants. And so Adam's action in the garden led to the consequences upon all of his descendants. All of them, all human beings from Adam will experience death as a result of the fall. Now, in the case of Christ as the new Adam, Paul extends in 1 Corinthians that cosmic scope of recapitulation just as wide, just as extensive in scope as what Paul says about Adam. So this is why the Calvinist Augustinian move does not work to say that Jesus ultimately only affects the elect. Because why are the reprobate resurrected? And we all believe, unless you're some heretic, in a general resurrection. The general resurrection means all of human nature is resurrected. Every human being, even the reprobate, even Tiny Mustache Man and whoever, Judas, they're all resurrected. There's no basis for resurrected then if you're a Calvinist or an Augustinian. Well, what's missing here is the universal recapitulation scope. The doctrine is called recapitulation. It's taught by Irenaeus, taught by the Cappadocian, taught by Cyril of Alexandria. It's taught explicitly at the Seventh Ecumenical Council in the writings of St. Theodore the Studite, where he talks about Christ assuming universal human nature. Maximus talks about it as well. This is the basis for St. Maximus's cosmic theology, because by extension, it's not just the physical cosmos, it's not just the human nature that's resurrected. It also affects the entire cosmos. Just as Adam's sin brought death, decay, and corruption to even the plant life, because he was the head and steward of creation, he was its representative. When he fell, it affected the created order. That's why there's death even in the animal world. That's the Orthodox view. Likewise, Christ in the recapitulation restores all of the universe as well. And this is very different from Latin theology. Okay, the recapitulation alone is enough to show that the Orthodox view maintains the consistent conciliar Christological teaching. And the Roman Catholics don't. Now, maybe they've tried to resurrect this with people like von Balthasar or whatever, but the fact that you're having to resurrect something that's fundamental to our view shows that you don't have the goods, that you lost the goods. Remember that discussion between Cameron and Bishop Barron? And what does Bishop Barron say? We need to recover the patristic tradition. Now, wait a minute. I thought you had it. I thought the papists had the papacy as the engine, the office that would preserve it. So why are you having to recover what you're supposedly the guardian of? Silly. Anyway, so when we say that Jesus was a Hebrew, that does not mean that he doesn't save Chinese people or that he doesn't save black people. Because he assumes in his single divine hypostasis all of human nature in his particular body. And how can he do that? Well, if you read the Monsoridius essay on this, he says because he's divine. That's part of the reason why he's a divine savior and a divine person. Is because only a divine savior and a divine person could unite himself to all human nature. It's not the only reason to resurrect it and to save it. It doesn't mean everybody's saved, by the way. That's a different question. We've covered that a million times. Anyway, so it's not saying that he doesn't save every race, tribe, tongue, and nation. In fact, if you read the book of Revelation, it says when John sees into heaven, he sees people from every tribe, tongue, and nation. By the way, that means in heaven, you don't become a gray goo person that loses their heritage and their ethnicity. It's another error that people make in regard to this. And they act like in the resurrection, we won't have ethnicity or the icons sure do seem to paint the people like they were. And is that not a window into heaven? So does Moses the Black no longer he's no longer a black person? I mean, this is silly. John specifically says he sees every tribe, tongue, and nation. So, I mean, do we really believe in the resurrection or not? I mean, if we believe in the resurrection, it's the same body. It's a glorified body, but it's the same body. I don't become a gray, genderless, ethnicityless person in the resurrection. That's Gnostic. But you notice that a lot of people actually have these Gnostic presuppositions in their systems, in their worldview. Even Orthodox people do, which is odd to me because, I mean, don't you believe in iconographic theology? So, no, people are saying all kinds of crazy stuff. No. Jesus was not black. The Orthodox view is that Jesus looks like he looks like in the icons. And that's one of the reasons I like the high priest icon, because it really shows all of the Hebraic elements of Christ. Okay? So let's look at the high priest icon here. So he's seated on a throne, and it's a heavenly throne because you see the four cherubim, which are the four gospels, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, pictured as a man, as an eagle, etc. But he's also seated on a throne the way that a king would be seated. That's why he's wearing a crown. But his crown is also a reference to the crown the high priest wears in this icon, you see. So these are variations of Christ the high priest. But the other one is good because it shows that he's prophet, priest. That's a Roman Catholic one. He's a prophet, priest, and king, you see. So he fulfills the threefold role of the Old Testament expectation of the Messiah. They must be a prophet, a priest, and a king. And that's why I like this icon quite a bit, because it shows him as Christ the high priest, and he's also a king. He fulfills that role, all three of those roles. Here is an image of Christ the high priest bringing Eucharist, right? As the fulfillment of the typology of Melchizedek. Christ is the Melchizedekian priesthood. It is his priesthood. I'm not saying Melchizedek is identical to Jesus. He's a specific person in time and space. He's a human being, but he's a type of Christ. And there you see that in that iconography. So what does Jesus look like? I think he looks like this. Like, he will look like this. And he does look like this, like at this moment. Right now. That's what I think. And that's what every Orthodox person should think. And that's why there are variations between Greek styles and Russian styles, sure. But there's still kind of a general idea of what Christ looks like. And he's not a dude from Numidia. He's not a dude from Africa. I'm sorry. He's just not. He fulfills the Hebrew prophecies. Now, so that hopefully covers this. And old icons, if you do a lot of traveling and see a lot of old churches and whatnot, we just got back from Italy. And in Italy, there are, tons of Orthodox relics, Orthodox, old Orthodox icons and whatnot throughout Italy. They've aged, okay? There's no secret conspiracy that Jesus was a black dude. This is... So when this guy says that Jesus, because it sounds like Zeus, that's just insane.
So you have to understand how wordplay works and what they do, because they understand cymatic frequency and vibration. When you speak, you're creating cymatics. You may think one way, but your cymatics are what control the atmosphere and control the elements. You're speaking.
No.
Your power to actually speak is what controls. And
no, cymatics does not control the atmosphere.
Speak these things.
Okay, cymatics are real. Okay, sound will give off a vibrational form. So cymatics is real. But this has nothing to do with saying Zeus and Jesus. Okay, they're two different things, obviously. And again, we can show this by pointing out that when I say lion, and I'm talking about, in my mind, Jesus, and you say lion and you're talking about Peter's discussion of the devil, like when we say lion, oh, bro, that turns into the same. We're manifesting. We're manifesting the same deity. Like Charles Manson, because he said Jesus is the devil. This is schizo theology. This is Manson theology. Different words mean different things in different languages and different contexts. Right? So we talk about words meaning different things in different contexts. Well, what better example than different languages? And I'm sure people who are very fluid in linguistics can think of all kinds of examples to where, my mom used to be an editor, and she would bring home these science journals and whatnot that she was copy editing. And she was always laughing at a lot of foreign names, for example. And I remember some of the names were like Indian names, and one of them was Poot. Okay, Poot in India might be the hottest name for a millennial. I don't know. Okay, but Poot in America does not mean that in English. Okay, now in the mindset of these schizos, we must be referring to the same thing. So people are now farts, and this scientist named Poot is now also a fart at the same time. Because yo vibrational cymatic frequency caused reality to manifest, dog. I mean, it's just so silly.
Unknowingly.
All right, so this keeps not wanting to play.
Okay, the J didn't get discovered or created till the 1600s. So they're saying it's Isus. And what does that mean? It means hail Zeus. So when people say they call it...
Oh, but wait a minute, bro. He just said J doesn't get discovered until the 1600s. Does it work in reverse? Does that mean that J got discovered in the 1600s? Because J refers to me.
Jesus, they're saying hail
J refers
Zeus.
to me,
They're not
bro.
even calling...
I'm from the 1600s. My mind just got blowed. I'm from the 1600s, dude. I mean, why does it only work in the forward prophetic sense? How come it don't work in reverse? If I'm J and J got discovered in the 1600s, I got discovered in the 1600s, bro. Mind blown, dude. Somebody said you a vampire. Exactly. I'm like Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise at the same time. Except they was super gay vampires, so that doesn't work. Let's not use that. Interview with a gay vampire from 1600 named Jay. I just want to suck on some blood right now. I just want to suck blood. I just want to find me a pretty little Tom Cruise boy right now. I want to find me a pretty little Brad Pitt. By the way, if you don't remember, Interview with a Vampire is super gay, dude. Which I didn't know until... Because when I was a kid and that movie came out, right? Thankfully, I was innocent enough to not have seen Skittles, to not even realize that when I was watching Interview with a Vampire, it's all a bunch of... It's a bunch of sissy boy. What? I tried watching that like 10 years ago. I was like, whoa, dude, let's turn this off. This is gross. So, yeah, don't watch Interview with a Vampire unless you are feeling sassy. That's all I got to say. Let's see. Okay, we hit the icons. We hit this crazy clip. Let's move on to this. And for those in the chat that are curious, I did notice the first thing that popped up when I typed in Hebrew Israelite is Hebrew Israelite dating. So good news to a lot of y'all in the chat. You can go over here to this whoa, that's a pop-up, dude. No. Okay, so don't click on that, right? You click on this right here. Don't click on this right here. Don't click on that. You click on Hebrew Israelite dating. Maybe a lot of you in the chat will find some love. But beware of this link. That looks like a trap. So what is their theology? What's their movement? No. Somebody said, you didn't realize Interview with the Vampire? Dude, that came out when I was like 12. Okay, so I didn't know anything about gay stuff when I was 12. Neither did you, hopefully. Right? So the Hebrew Roots movement is a syncretic religious movement that advocates adherence to Torah. Would that be the Jewish Torah? And adherents believe that Jesus is the name Yeshua. So according to this is just an overview introduction. Hebrew Roots says Jesus is the Messiah. The movement emphasizes and promotes the belief that the law of Moses was not abolished by Jesus. So immediately we have the Judaizing elements. Now, I was never exactly clear on Bryson's position, but I'm guessing that Bryson is influenced by this. Is that fair to say? You guys agree, right? Bryson has to kind of at least be from this, right? HRM believes that the Mosaic Law is active. It believes in keeping the Sabbath, biblical feasts, the laws, the dietary laws, and circumcision. Some of them choose to wear Jewish religious garb. However, they do not follow Judaism or the Talmud. Unlike other Christians, they reject Christmas and Easter, saying that they're pagan. Hebrew Roots is not a monolithic movement. It is a central set of doctrines and groups with not a monolithic movement with formal structure. Hebrew Roots is made up of various independent groups, congregations, and sects, and many of them prefer not to use the term HRM. They call themselves Torah keepers. Okay, so this is why Bryson is always saying that he's that, and he doesn't want to use the term Hebrew Roots for whatever reason. Pronomian Christians, so this is like Messianic Jews, I guess, are not Hebrew Roots, even though Hebrew Roots might call themselves pro-law. There's a distinct movement called Pronomian Christianity that affirms the Trinity, the Protestant canon, salvation by, so this would be like Messianic Jews, I guess. They laid this out in a first pronomian statement of faith. So the origins of this, since the 19th century, different religious organizations have been teaching a belief in Yeshua as the Redeemer and Savior. But now remember, Bryson does not believe in the deity, or he says Jesus is a deity, but he does not believe in the Trinity. So what I want to know is Hebrew Roots necessarily connected to Anti-Trinitarianism and denial of Jesus' divinity? So that's what we're looking for, and particularly Black Hebrew Israelites. So I'm imagining that BHI is going to be more extreme than HRM. So let's see. Different religious groups been teaching a belief in Jesus as mankind's Redeemer, the Torah, Sabbath. Yeah, we heard that. Okay. This includes Messianic Judaism to a degree. And in 1916, the Sacred Name Movement, which I guess that means that you have to say Yeshua, not Jesus. The Worldwide Church of God. Now, wait a minute. This is interesting because that's Garner Ted Armstrong's cult, and that used to be an anti-Trinitarian cult. But I didn't know that was associated with this stuff. Interesting. Thus far, Worldwide Church of God has had the greatest impact on all our organizations, including obedience to Old Testament law. Within a few years of its death of its founder, Garner Ted Armstrong in 1986, succeeding church modified it to be more compatible with evangelical Christianity. Yeah, I remember that. I think, if I recall, back in the day, James White actually went and debated with like the top dude at the Worldwide Church of God back in the 90s. Because I was an evangelical back at the time, and I remember reading James White's books, and I remember hearing that he had debated one of these Worldwide Church of God people. But I didn't know there's a connection. But this is starting to make sense now, because Worldwide Church of God taught a form of British Israelite heresy. And so it makes sense that British Israelite nonsense would also give birth to Black Hebrew Israelite Hebrew roots movements. That makes sense. Wait, now that's just saying in contrast. Well, so the sacred name movement comes out of WCG, and then eventually Hebrew Roots. But Hebrew Roots distinguishes itself with no church structure. So maybe this is why Bryson is always saying that he doesn't have a thing he attends. Like if you ask him what church he goes to, there is no church. He talks about celebrating certain feasts at certain, I don't know what he means, but anyway, this is making sense now with some of the stuff that Bryson has said. They believe, so we know about the Sabbath feast. Yeah, we know that. Okay. But I would specifically want to know about their views of God, because we don't really. This is all just. This is all stuff that's settled in the Book of Acts, which is like this stuff is settled in the Book of Acts and the Book of Hebrews and Galatians. So, I mean, this is super like low tier, like no biblical knowledge at all. But if you remember, Bryson has taken a bunch of Bible quizzes. Remember that? So he's a Bible expert. He's way smarter than any of us. You're saying they're Arians. Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out is all of... So not all the Hebrew Roots movement is necessarily Arian, because many of the Messianic Jews are not Arian. So you see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to suss out specifically... But I mean, there's not going to be one group. It's going to be people, every individual person making up their own stuff, right? So let's see. Here we go. Beliefs. So supposedly Hebrew Roots, generally speaking, believes in both Old and New Testament. They try to pretend that they're speaking Hebrew. They just want to be Jews, basically. Salvation comes from Yeshua. But you have to keep the law and the dietary laws. Okay, so this is where Bryson gets his stuff. They don't believe in the oral Torah. Now, I'm assuming that Black Hebrew Israelite comes out of this. This is why I'm looking at this, right? So a lot of this is again, I've debated like a handful of these goobers over the years, but I've never paid it much attention. I'm only looking at this because I'm assuming now that the internet and TikTok is going to make this dumb cult everywhere. So we're going to have to learn some of this nonsense. That's why we're doing this today. Feasts of Yahweh. Okay, so I'm guessing that they don't even have a coherent view of Jesus or the Trinity anyway. So they're probably going to see that as secondary, because all they care about is LARPing as Jews and trying to pretend like they keep feasts. Here we go. There's no unified Christology. Many of them believe that Yeshua is God in the flesh. However, many of them will say that that he's not. There's no notion of a Trinity. Trinity violates one true God. Okay, so they're Arian, generally speaking. They emphasize the adoption of all Christians into the faith of Abraham and a house of Israel. the house of Israel is Jews and non-Jews. So you guys notice what's key element missing here? The church, exactly. So the house of Israel is the church. Okay, that's what that's referring to. That's not talking about this dispensationalist heresy of two different pathways and plans that God has. Hebrew roots emphasizes the completion of a unified house of Israel in Yeshua, that is Jews and non-Jews. They're equal. Okay, but it's not the church, apparently. So are they saying that they're unified in believing in the Messiah, or that the present day rabbinical Jews are also part of the same faith as the general Christians? That's kind of ambiguous, so I don't know what that means. There's also a subgroup called Christian Hebrew roots. They are kind of like Protestants. Okay, that makes sense. All right, now let's move over to the BHM, and do not click on or BHI, the BM, the bowel movements. Do not click on BMI. Do not click on IBS or on Black Hebrew Israelite dating, because it's a trap. Thank you guys for the super chats. We will look at those here in a second. Now I'm gonna have to go in and blur out that stupid pop-up. Now, the Black Hebrew Israelites are a new religious movement claiming that African Americans are the descendants of the Israelites. So this is, notice, the very same thing that the British Israelite theory did, which is just a bunch of nonsense speculation that because there's lost tribes in the Old Testament, the 10 northern tribes or whatever, that therefore it's got to be the English people. And then every dumb racial group seizes on this to say that it's them. So the Brits claim that it was them through British Israelite stuff, and now these people are saying it's them. Okay, you're not the original. No, it's all made up. So, but here's the weird part. Look at the weird mix of this cult. Some of the groups believe that Native and Latin Americans are the Israelites. Black Hebrew Israelites combine elements of their teaching from a wide range of sources. Oh, I forgot to mention that another reason that this got really popular in the last few years was the people in the chat will know. It wasn't a basketball player that shared one of these documentaries and everybody got mad at him. And I think the documentary was on Amazon, wasn't it? With an NBA player, and he had to apologize. Shares Black Israel. I don't know my sports ball people, so yeah, Kyrie Irving, remember this? So this got everybody up in a tizzy. When was this? A few years ago, right? A couple years ago. Let's see. Yeah, 2 years ago. Nets owner rebukes Kyrie Irving for sharing anti-Semitic documentary. I'm trying to remember the name of this kooky documentary here. Hebrews 2 blank, wake up Black America. This is New York Times reporting on it. So he shared this documentary. I'm trying to figure out what the documentary... Here we go. So here's this documentary. Written and produced by Ron Dalton. It contains a bunch of conspiracy candy and nonsense. The film is based on a book written by this person who isn't a black Hebrew Israelite. Okay, so that's what I thought. It is a homemade, low-budget, obscure documentary until Kyrie Irving shared it. The documentary promotes the idea that black people are the true... Why does it say black Americans? Like, aren't there black people all over the world? Why is it black Americans are the true descendants of the Israelites? Now, another reason I'm bringing this up, as you guys probably can figure out, I am suspicious that this is also a cult that is being allowed and or promoted by the system, by the establishment on purpose. And if you don't think that the system or the establishment promotes religious views for geopolitical reasons, you are extremely naive, and we've lectured on this for a long time. You can see it on the... Just look it up. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to... There's, we can't say... We got to abide by the terms of service here. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't say what the argument of the book is. So let's go back over here. The BHI combine their elements from a wide range of sources. BHI incorporate ideas of Christianity and Judaism, their own interpretation of the Bible, and other influences, including Freemasonry and New Thought. Wow, that's weird. So we're talking like Norman Vincent Peale stuff. Oh, this is the manifesting stuff. So I imagine there's a connection to why you're hearing so many people saying that they're manifesting reality. And it's not just, like the New Agers were talking about this too, right? So you got all these TikTokers and New Agers, people talking about, oh, I'm manifesting this. I manifest my reality. And so this plays into that because apparently it also shares that Norman Vincent Peale positive thinking stuff. The Crystal Cathedral, all that that was all based around this New Thought stuff. Many choose to identify Hebrew Israelites or Black Israelites rather than as Jewish. BHI are not associated with Judaism. They do not meet the criteria to identify as Jewish by what the Jewish community says. They're also outside of mainstream Christianity. BHM is a non-homogeneous movement with many groups and varying beliefs and practices. So a bunch of crazy cults, basically. Let's see. BHI has been criticized for their revisionist view of history and no theology to support their claims. Let's see. Here's what I want. The origins of it. BHI, 19th century, with a person named Frank Cherry and William Saunders Crowdy. They received visions. So here we go. So visions, new revelations. It's always the same with cults. And the vision said that African Americans, why is it not all the black people in the world? Why only African Americans? Are the Hebrews. He established a Church of Living God, Pillar of Truth in 1886. Crowdy founded Church of God and Saints in Christ, 1896. Subsequently, movements were founded across the U.S. By the 1980s, they were 25 to 40,000. My suspicion is that this is probably when you start getting probably people like Professor Griff, right? So this starts overlapping with rap culture. Because if you remember, I'm not saying all the rappers who had a sort of Afrocentric modus operandi are BHI, but there's this overlap because some of this, I think, comes from Rasta. So you get, because Rasta is very much a Judaizing anti-Trinitarian heresy as well. And so obviously a lot of Rasta reggae influences early rap and hip hop. But if you remember, Professor Griff got really conspiratorial. And I don't know. So we're looking up to see if he was a Hebrew roots guy. Because let's see. So he got kicked out of Public Enemy. Interesting. Oh. So he got kicked out of Public Enemy for anti-S. But that might be because some of these people. Oh, Nick Cannon. Remember Nick Cannon with his comments? Anti-S comments? I think he mentioned Ralph Child. But the reason that a lot of these people in the black culture are saying this is because of Hebrew roots. Yeah, okay, thank you. So he was influenced by Nation of Islam, not necessarily Hebrew roots. Okay. Yeah, so Nation of Islam is a cult. By the way, it has nothing to do with Islam. I'm trying to remember if there's any rappers that are influenced by this. Well, there probably will be. So, okay, so certain groups have listed BHI along with NOI as cults. And isn't 5% Nation, isn't that that's a derivative of Nation of Islam, I think? Now here's where it gets weird. Another key figure early on was William Christian. All the pioneers of this movement were Freemasons and strongly influenced by Freemasonry. This is bizarre to me. Like, why? I'm not understanding the overlap of Freemasonry and Black Hebrew Israelite. I don't understand. Now, I'm very aware of what Freemasonic philosophy teaches, so you needn't correct me in the chat about the fact that Freemasonry has a high view of the Temple of Solomon. I know all that. I know what Hiram Abiff's death, burial, resurrection ritual. I know all that stuff. You don't have to remind me of that. Anyway. But I'm just curious, because early, like, Freemasonry didn't used to admit black people, right? I mean, the first lodges set up by black people were called the Prince Hall Lodges, and that was because after the Civil War, because if you remember, Albert Pike was a Confederate general, so he sure as heck wasn't supporting the idea of black Masonic lodges. So I'm guessing that these guys came out of maybe those Prince Hall lodges. Otherwise, it just doesn't. The Masonic thing doesn't make sense to me. Like, what? This just seems so bizarre. Okay, so groups. Let's see. During the 19th and 20th century, dozens of Black Hebrew Israelite organizations are established. In Harlem alone, they are many of these between 1919 and 1931. Church of Living God, Church of Saints of Christ, African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, Nation of Yahweh. They even got into Chattanooga. Frank Cherry in Chattanooga. Then he moved it. He taught himself Hebrew and Yiddish. Well, that's pretty impressive. I have to say that. I mean, if you're going to start a Hebrew roots cult, to go all the way by learning Yiddish, yeah, that's commitment, dude. Ideologically, his church mixed Judaism and Christianity and the Talmud. I thought they didn't believe in the Talmud. Maybe that original guy did. Anyway, so they're just LARPing as Jews, wearing their skull caps, not eating pork. All right, so that's enough of the overview. Let's get over here to, let's see, Ruslan, and here maybe Ruslan pushes Bryson on some of this. Now, you know we've already critiqued Ruslan, but let's see. Is this Duck Dynasty? I thought them. What happened to those dudes? Please don't tell me they're resurrecting these guys.
I have many things to say and judge and to judge of you, but he that sent me is true, and I speak to the world those things which I have heard of him. They understood not that he spake to them of the Father. Then Jesus said unto them, just to be clear, these next things are Jesus' words, right? We all agree these are Jesus' words I'm about to say. Okay, let's see if he says, I am he again. Then Jesus said unto them, when ye have lifted up the Son of Man, then shall ye...
Wait a minute. When ye have lifted up the Son of Man? Is he talking about Kanye? Is he saying yay? Because remember, the words you say is the same reference. J was invented in 1600. If yay lifted him up, that means, oh, dude, he's blaming it on Kanye.
You know that I am he, and that I do nothing of myself, but as my Father has taught me.
What is he thinking this is proving? I mean, Bryson is a mess, dude. He's so arrogant and prideful that he won't ever receive any correction. And I'll remind you of my debate with Bryson. But this, I'm guessing, is his... I mean, it's, by the way, notice it's the same move as Sneako and the Muslims. Who Jesus pray to?
Me, I speak these things. I don't have to argue about what he meant when he said, I am he. He just told you. He just told you. There's no argument. People got to stop. I cannot...
Well, wait a minute, Bryson, because if he says I am, that's saying that he's the I am of Exodus 3. So, I mean, does Bryson think that the claim I am he somehow negates the fact that he's divine? I mean, and by the way, remember, Bryson denies the deity of Christ in the Trinity. And he didn't want to talk about that in the debate because he wants people to think he's a Christian when he's not.
And I'm not angry at you, but I can't stand one verse Christians. Get in your Bible. I know it's hard.
Wait a minute. One verse Christians. Bryson has erected literally an entire channel in about 20 or 30 debates on Matthew 5. I did not come to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill. So what the heck is he talking about one verse Christians when he is the archetype of heresies based around one verse?
Don't read it. Get into it. When you find a verse, read before, read after, read the whole chapter.
Of course.
And maybe a lot of these questions wouldn't make sense. So what did Jesus mean by say I am he? I don't know. Did he tell me the Son of Man? Okay. What other verse y'all got?
Okay. He says I am. And he says it multiple times throughout the Gospel of John. Now, Bryson likes to think of himself as a Bible scholar because he took a lot of online Bible quizzes and passed them all. And if you remember in the debate, he told me many times how much of a Bible scholar expert he was, and he was way more knowledgeable than me or anyone else out there. Again, a lot of humility. And if you remember, we pointed out that every chapter of the Gospel of John contains references to the deity of Christ and or the Trinity. Every chapter, because we lectured through the entire Gospel of John 4 or 5 years ago. And we saw this in live time, if you followed all those lectures, that every chapter, whether it's John 1 or the final chapter, has at least some reference to, or many references to, either the deity of Christ and the Trinity, or both, in many chapters. So what is he talking about that people who believe in the deity of Christ aren't bringing him verses? He's just ignorant.
Okay, we're gonna keep going in circles. I think my objective is not to convince you of this. I really was just curious on what your position was of this.
Real quick. No, I'm only saying this because I see people in chat spamming it. But hold on real quick.
What's happening?
Where's he going?
Oh, snap. He went and got the...
Oh, he went and grabbed his Bible.
We pulling out...
You know he's a Bible expert, by the way.
We pulling out the big boys?
No.
We pulling out the big boys?
No.
I got my commentaries.
Listen,
my leather-bound Nelson.
There's a specific reason I'm bringing this up. People said, Bryson, You have to know the Greek, bro. The Greek will change your whole perception.
Bryson doesn't even know what a fallacy is. He sure as hell doesn't know the Greek. If you remember in the debate, I said that's a fallacy. He said, what that is?
John 1:1.
Yep.
And then, of course, people going to go to that and then go to the beginning of Scripture, and they're going to go to when God said, made us in our image and things like that. But then you keep reading, he said, in my image. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is by far, I was waiting for you to bring this up, honestly, because this is by far the best scripture that a Trinitarian can use. All the other ones, stop using them. This one scripture is the best scripture to use.
Oh yeah, this idiot who has, like, he's smarter than everybody else in the history of the church can tell us that really John 1 is the only one that we can use. We all need to cease using all of the other passages, which he doesn't even realize that, I mean, multiple chapters in the Old Testament prove the Trinity and the deity of Christ. He has no knowledge of this.
But it's about how...
Which is ironic because he claims he's this Torah keeper. And by the way, do you remember in the debate, he doesn't even keep the Torah. We talked about, do you sacrifice animals? Do you keep... no, that's symbolic. That's symbolic. Oh, it's symbolic now for you. Okay, so this is a made-up cult. It's not a real thing.
You interpret this is the thing, right?
Okay, so I mean that based on all the other verses we just went over, I don't really know how else you interpret it. Like, is it Jesus is again forgiving sins? He's being accused of claiming equality with God.
Anyway, so that was a clearer presentation where you can actually hear Bryson is arguing against the Trinity and the deity of Christ. Now, when you ask him, when you press him on, he says, well, Jesus is a kind of deity. He's the first thing that God made. Remember, so he's not Trinitarian. That's the Arian position. So let's move on over here to the BHI and see what they say.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise.
1986, Frank Cherry founded the Church of the Living God, the pillar ground of truth for all nations. Cherry taught a unique theology. Adam and Eve were black, as was Jesus and God himself. Cherry proclaimed the second coming of Christ would take place more than a century later, in the year 2000. Cherry died...
Okay, so now you're seeing why they're sharing these memes of icons that are old aged and of Moses the Black and saying that, oh, look, it's been hidden from you. Jesus is really black. So it's just another way to play into, it's the black version of Christian identity. If you don't know, Christian identity is a stupid heresy that the lost tribes of Israel are white Christians. And also that the serpent in the garden had offspring with Eve, and these are other people groups and ethnicities. So they think that when Jesus talks about you are of your father the devil, the seed of this, they literally think that it's like you're literally the seed of Satan. Okay, that's the serpent seed heresy, and that is believed in by a bunch of Fed-run groups, and I mean literally Fed-run groups, the CI movement. And I'm pretty sure wasn't Elohim City a CI heresy church thing, cult compound? But you'll notice again, it's another error based on faulty reasoning and grammatical mistakes, right? So when Jesus says you are of your father the devil, the seed of the serpent, oh, he literally means Satan had sex with Eve and that those are Satan's children. It's that dumb, dude. Like they literally can't figure out when. I guess in Protestantism it makes sense though, right? Because in Protestantism, basically every time something's supposed to be literal, they take it symbolic, and every time something's supposed to be symbolic, they take it literally. Okay, so it's that dumb. But so this is the white man's version of the exact same prepackaged cult over here. No, bro. Honkies are the real tribes. Christian identity is an interpretation of Christianity that the Celtic Germanic peoples and Nordics are the lost tribes of Israel. It goes back to what? British Israelite heresy. British Israelite heresy. Same thing that Garner Ted Armstrong's Worldwide Church of God taught. So this cult is usually the European peoples are the 10 lost tribes. They talk about the beast system, and they're premillennialists, as you can imagine. In 2014, it was believed that there are how many? 2 to 50,000. Well, that's not a very accurate. Which one is it? It's a big difference. Let's see. Their relationship to British Israelite heresy. So the early British Israelite were Philo-Semites. They wanted to be, quote, Semitic peoples. But the CI movement is anti-S peoples. But all this, by the way, is confusing because Arab people are also sons of Shem. Let's see. I wanted to see if... yes. So some of the groups, the 3K groups, have been influenced by some of the CI heresy. McVeigh and Elohim City, which I, if I recall, was one of these. Christian identity are developed around two authors who considered the European people to be the lost tribes of the true Jews, and that the cursed seed of Cain are the serpent hybrid. So you see, this gets into Anunnaki nonsense, right? And so a lot of conspiracy UFO cults will also utilize this same Anunnaki bullcrap. And the groups that are not their group are the like the Black Hebrew Israelites have the Yakub, and the white people are the white devils. Okay, you see how they're all doing the same thing? So the other groups are the biological seed of the Anunnaki and the serpent or whatever. It's the same crap over and over and over. Two-house theology. I've never heard of this. CI believes in two-house theology, which is a distinction between the tribe of Judah and the 10 lost tribes. British Israelites are the lost tribes. Again, this is just a theory. This is some speculation. There's no actual evidence that... Okay, so here's their theory. This is so dumb. The tribe of Dan are the Dans, Denmark. Okay, the fact that Dan sounds like Denmark, or the sons of Dan, or the Danes, does not prove that they're the same. Issachar is Finland. Simeon is Spain. Zebulon is France. Naphtali is Norway. Benjamin is Iceland. Because of the Vikings now. Reuben is the Netherlands. Judah is Germany. Okay, this is really... Manasseh. Ephraim is Great Britain, and Manasseh is the United States. This is so goofy. Now, by the way, you think this is crazy, and it is crazy, but some of this is why the royal house of the Brits claim to be descendants of David and Jesus. Some of these followers, and this goes back to the British Israelite heresy, and this is why they anoint the British royals on the scone stone, is because of this dumb heresy. And by the way, the idea that, here's the irony, the idea that the serpent had sex with Eve to produce other people is a Kabbalistic teaching. So the great irony of this is that a lot of these people are anti-S, and their actual doctrines are Kabbalistic. It's that dumb. Okay, it's that crazy. A lot of people don't know this. The scone stone. Yep, told you. The stone of Scone is a block of pale sandstone, and it's an ancient symbol of Scotland's monarchy. When Charles became king, he had to go sit on this stone for the coronation. And the legend is that it goes back to, it's just nonsense. Like, it goes back to David or Jesus's descendants or some nonsense, right? Let's see if they talk about it in here. And this is part of that British Israelite heresy. So it's actually, British Israelite stuff does not begin with Ted Armstrong. It actually goes back, I think, to like, the official theory of British Israelitism is like 1700s, but the legend of a descendant of David and or Jesus is much older than that. And where that comes from, I don't know. It probably comes from Gnostic texts. Let's see. By the way, even if there was, I don't see anything about the descendants of Jesus stuff. So let's see if you can find it this way. Here we go. Let's see if this talks about it. I don't know what this website is. It says, according to one of the legends, the stone was the pillow. Yeah, this is it. Where Jacob rested his head at Bethel. And he beheld visions of angels. Supposedly they brought the stone from the Holy Land and it went to Egypt, Sicily, and Spain, and then it reached Ireland in 700 BCE. So this is just all made up. This was taken by the Celtic Scots about 840, supposedly. So it's supposedly Jacob's pillar stone where he rested his head. Others believe it's the stone mentioned in 2 Kings. This is probably some Hebrew, or not, this is probably some British Israelite. Yeah, this is some British Israelite website, so they're talking about it. What in the world is this?
CIA that release when you from the land of Israel. We believe the lost and drops to be found amongst Western nations.
So there's a rabbi talking about it. Anyway. So basically just these myths and legends. I remember reading somewhere that they thought it connected to Joseph of Arimathea mythology of Jesus' descendants or some nonsense like this.
In 1963, not in time to see his prophecy disproven, but long enough to see the movement that he was instrumental in founding get a foothold. I speak of the Black Hebrew Israelites. 10 years after Cherry founded his church, William Saunders Crowdy established the Church of God and Saints of Christ, which grew to over 200 tabernacles or congregations by 1936. Today, the main branch of the group lists 30 in the Hebrew Scriptures. Jesus is not God and not the Son of God, but only a prophet. They hold to both the Old and New.
So, Jesus is a human prophet like Islam. He is not divine, and they don't believe in the Trinity.
Testament is Scripture. And on salvation, their website says, Prophet Crowdy preached a plan of salvation based upon the 7 keys of his original revelation, his elaboration of the 7 keys in The Bible Story Revealed, and his subsequent prophetic pronouncements. The group practices a schedule of prayer 3 times daily and encourages on the IUIC website.
Get your hands up, let's go!
Expect you to give what you don't have like many churches do. No, the Lord loves a cheerful giver. That's why we use of a uniform in church services. They also state on their website that tithing, 10%, is an obligation to God, not man. Tithing, along with free...
Okay, so one of the other cults of this group, or this belief, Jesus is divine, but he's not the Son of God, so they believe in polytheism, because that would be multiple gods.
Will offerings serve to support the work of the ministry. Israel United in Christ is a growing group with a strong internet presence. They reject the idea of virgin birth. The IUIC website says Christ was born through sex between his mother Mary and his father Joseph. The IUIC accepts as Scripture the King James Bible, Old and New Testaments, and Apocrypha. On salvation, their website says, we must keep the commandments to get eternal life. The Israelite brother or sister that...
Okay, well, if they accept the Old and New Testament, even if it's the Protestant or the Orthodox canon, I mean, well, they're already done for, because the Bible's going to refute this. I mean, they would be more consistent with a pick and choose approach, like Mormons or Muslims. But if they accept the Old and New Testament, it's over. And that's why Bryson has, as you can tell, such a hard time picking and choosing and making all these things work and avoiding and ignoring all the passages which are difficult for him.
confesses their sins to the Most High in Christ must in Hebrew Congregation of the Living God Pillar and Ground of Truth, Inc. Although there is some unorthodox theology, this group is essentially observant Jews. Jesus is not part of their theology at all. The Torah and Tanakh are their holy texts. They have no unique practice of holy days apart from Judaism, as their website simply points you to regularly believe the people Moses led out of Egypt were black. The African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem claim themselves as the foundation for the establishing of God's kingdom on earth. They too are less Christian than many of the Hebrew Israelite groups. Jesus is accepted only as one of many messiahs, not as the Messiah or God, and only the...
So basically we have a broad spectrum of all kinds of wild heresies, from almost Trinitarian to all the way over to Anti-Trinitarian New Age mind control cult. So let's see. Here's a person talking about their beliefs. Let's see. But now remember, as far as I understand, Bryson is a Hebrew roots movement person, not a Hebrew Israelite person. So those are differences. But they have overlaps and similarities.
People, actually, Malcolm X's parents were Garveyites.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his dad was a preacher. See, so this is all interconnected. But there was one of the guys named Drew, and he changed his name to Noble Drew Ali. If they weren't in the group, in the connection, the older brother kind of more stayed along with it. And
I say, like, I think one of the challenges
core beliefs.
There's no central kind of this is the core belief.
By the way, this dude looks like Bryson too.
Right.
Well, it's weird. It's like this belief system attracts Bryson-like brothers.
There's one core belief.
Okay.
There's one essential core doctrine that all Hebrew Israelites, no matter what camp that they're in, and that is that black people are the true tribe, or the true people of Israel.
Sure.
And in most cases, we'll say the tribe of Judah.
Okay, and what is the proof of this? Okay, so I've heard this now a lot from these people, and where is the proof or evidence of this? Is what I'm interested in.
There beyond that.
I mean, we know there's not going to be, but you know what I'm saying. Like, so is it that the icons are aged and darkened, and that's the proof? And where's the proof?
It kind of depends. Some people will include anybody that was on the short end of the stick or were a victim of the transatlantic slave trade. So that would include,
Okay, so this cult is preying on lack of identity with certain people, like you're saying in the chat, preying on the simple-minded, preying on people who are not well educated and thus don't know what an icon is, don't know. So it's exploiting people is what I'm trying to say, which is what we want to avoid. We don't want to exploit people. These kinds of cults are based around lies and exploiting people. So I'm not trying to be mean to people today. Today I'm trying to point out that these are really weird, bizarre cults, and the fact that one of those groups was called Church of Hebrew whatever Inc. So it's a business. I mean, come on.
Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Mexicans, some Native Americans, but there's debate among the camps.
So cults play on hurt, damaged, and oppressed people. That's the key. That's another key point. We're talking about our discernment to discern when we can see and find patterns of cultic behavior. So remember, we saw that cults make word concept fallacies. cults don't teach you logic and critical thinking skills because they don't want you critically thinking. Because if you critically think, you will critically think your way out of the cult leader's control. We saw that they eschew metaphysics and anything to do with making distinctions and nuance in theology. So a lot of cults, ironically, don't want to do theology. You might think, well, wouldn't a cult be a kind of a theology? Not in the sense of going into any depth, giving anything, any substance, any grounding, any real metaphysics. They're not going to tell you to read church fathers. They're not going to tell you to understand Aristotle and Plato and so forth. Cults will eschew all of that stuff to keep you in a limited little box that you can't reason outside of. I mean, just this is real basic stuff. Now, again, we have to go back to these basics because so many people are being fooled by really basic mistakes. Okay, Jehovah's Witnesses do the same thing. They prey on underprivileged groups, minority groups. They prey on these groups, uneducated peoples, to exploit them, to gain members, to gain money. And if you doubt me on that, just look at the history of the Jehovah's Witness cult leaders as one example. What's his name? Judge something. Remember, he said the end of the world was coming. Not Judge Reinhold, not Judge Dredd, not Judge Judy. I never remember this guy's name. Judge Rutherford. Again, by the way, another Masonically influenced, Judaized, because JW has come out of Seventh-day Adventists, right? Charles Taze Russell splits out of Seventh-day Adventism to create his Anti-Trinitarian cult. And then the Judge Rutherford takes over after Charles Taze Russell. And he asks, by the way, a lot of people don't know this. He predicts the end of the world. See this? So here's the Watchtower prediction. Millions that are now living will never die. He said the end of the world was coming. And so he asked for all the JWs at that time to donate. And he got quite a bit of money. And guess what he did with that money? He built Sarum, which is it's not a mansion, but it's a pretty nice place, right? For 20, 30, whenever he built this. I mean, it's pretty nice, right? I mean, this would sell for a few $1 million, obviously, in California, in San Diego, okay? So here you see Beth Sarum. And what was his justification for building Beth Sarum? He said that, well, when Jesus and David and whoever, Moses, come back, Abraham, Moses, David, Isaiah, and Samuel, because the end of the world's coming, when they come back, they're going to need a pad, man. Do you want Moses living in a shack? You don't want Moses shacked up in some ramshackle place. You don't want Isaiah sleeping on a cot. They need a nice pad when they come back. So look, I'm just trying to build a nice, decent place. Oh, by the way, when they didn't show up, I'm going to go ahead and live here. Right? Classic cult behavior, dude. Classic cult behavior. So, Judge Rutherford, Jehovah's Witness leader, successor to Charles Taze Russell, scams all the JWs out of a bunch of money. People even sold all their possessions. They sold everything for this goober con man. And then he just lived there. Guess what? Same thing going on here with these dumb cults.
Still call them Black Hebrew Israelites. Well, they actually don't use that term, Black Hebrew Israelites, and in fact, they find it offensive because most would use the term Hebrew Israelites. Sure. Some would use the term Israelites, just without the Hebrew part. Hebrew speaking to the ethnicity, Israelite speaking to the nationality. So some use that term Israelite, some use Hebrew Israelite. People who talk about them say Black Hebrew Israelite, but that's not a term that they use to describe. No, because
does anybody have a clip that they could share of where they are defending this position? Because we've gotten several people now stating their core beliefs. Let's see what he says about Jesus here.
How do they view Jesus since much of their...
Yeah. Well, again, it's important to note, and you kind of alluded to it already, that outside of that core kind of concept of Israelites being black, you know, there's a wide range. So there's different camps. That's what we refer to as denominations. You know, they have camps. You know what I mean? The biggest one, one that's growing the most, one of the more aggressive ones is IUIC. And so, but there are many others as well. GMS, other camps that kind of offshoots of all of the One West. One West was the name of the Hebrew Israelite group in the 60s. That is kind of like the grandfather of all of them that kind of split off. And so in that realm, so the core teaching is that. Now, beyond that, it gets dicey depending on who you talk to in terms of who Jesus is, right? So some, like my sister and brother, like when they were in it, like they were forbidden from reading the New Testament.
Wow.
It was like forbidden. You know what I mean? It was like, you ain't, like my sister told me, you know, when I was talking to her on the phone about it, like she would get in trouble for reading the New Testament. It was like, that's not
So what do they try to get Bibles that are just...
Do you like having it?
Well, I guess just, you know, she still said they Bibles had New Testaments in it. They just told them not to read it. So I guess...
Or somebody in the chat said, check out Sakari if you want to see somebody maybe defending their arguments. So I found this guy, so we'll check him out. Does anybody else have any other clips? Who do I need to look to? Like, do they have an apologist? Do they have somebody who tries to argue? Like, where's the argument for why I'm supposed to believe these basic ideas? So maybe we'll have it. Let's see.
Chinese people more than Chinese people. Nobody loves Arab people more than Arab people. And nobody loves white people more than black people. And nobody loves black people at all. That's the problem. What's your name, brother?
I'm Ant.
Ant, nice to meet you.
So people are saying vocab. No, I don't want people arguing against it. I want to hear people presenting what their position is. And ain't no way I'm going to go to Vocab Malone's channel. That guy's a goofus.
Brother, my name is Hassad. So he just read a scripture, right, in Romans chapter 9, and it said that the giving of the law, the promises of God, and the adoption is for the Israelites.
Okay.
So what do you do with that? Can you explain why Paul said that?
I believe that when you get in heaven, that God...
Brother, I didn't ask you what you believe. Okay. I asked you, why did Paul say what he said right there? Can you explain that?
But I only can tell about what I
brother,
believe
I understand. What I'm asking you to do, real simple, what I'm asking you, listen, just real quick, brother.
So... this guy, he's doing the classic move we talked about earlier. He found a dude on the street who doesn't know anything, and he's trying to refute that dude to show that Christians don't know anything about theology and this is like the real theology or whatever. So, but I'm not. So the promises is to the Israelites. Okay, but how does that show us that you're the Israelite? Like that's the thing I'm wondering about. What's their argument that they're the Israelites?
And I'm asking you to do something very specific. So the brother, I can read the scripture again. I'm asking you to explain what we're reading. Can you do that?
Go read it again.
Okay, let's read it one more time.
Bring it out.
Romans chapter 9, and let's start from verse 1.
Verse
3. Verse 3. Listen. Okay, he said we're manipulating the word. That's okay. So what we're going to do is read it, and you're going to unmanipulate it. Okay. You're going to right our wrongs. All right, brother?
But like I told dude down there, we can't have a dialogue.
I'm going to let you speak, brother.
Wait, can I just say this?
Yeah, go ahead.
And without interrupting.
Yes, sir.
We can't have a dialogue about the word because I believe in the Trinity and y'all don't.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is of course y'all would simply read the word, but me, I'm relying on the Holy Spirit.
Right.
Okay, so looks like the apologist is a dude named Captain Zariak. where is the... Okay, so he's got a bunch of videos. But where's the argument for why I'm supposed to think that they're the Israelites? That's what I'm trying to understand. Okay, let's see. Captain Zariak teaches a Christian who is the enemy. Let's see what he says.
ISUPK.
Worshiping the devil. When we brought him on worship God on a day he said not to. So wouldn't they all be worshiping the devil? When we brought him on just answer my question. Yeah, when we brought him.
So, oh look, see that list? That's identical to the list that we just. I mean, it's not identical. It's the same scam of the British Hebrew Israelites. Remember them? They were saying Judah is whatever, Manasseh is America or England, Zebulun is Guatemala. So he said Jesus, that you can't worship you're worshiping on the wrong day, so you're worshiping the devil.
No, slow down. Before we get to ships, wouldn't you say that they all are worshiping the same devil? Y'all see the problem? That's the spell that Christianity puts on black people. That's the spell. You know Hosea 4 and 6? What I'm going to say, the slave ship. The slave ship now. They brought us here on ship. Right, on slave ship, right?
All right, well, I'm not hearing an argument. There's a spell.
All right, I'm going to show you. You want me to show you first? I'm going to read this one verse first, and then I'll show you. Okay. Give me Hosea. You got Hosea. Let's slide for 1 second. I'm going to let you take. You got Hosea 4 and 6. Read Hosea 4 and 6.
This is the book of Hosea, chapter 4 and verse 6. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge.
That's why when I asked you the questions, and you so focused on Jay-Z and what they doing, but it took you a long time to admit that the Christians is serving that same devil.
So how does Hosea 4, how do we get to the Christians are worshiping the devil because of my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge? I don't get it.
I believe that the white man you think about what you said. The white man brought us over here in slave ships, oppressed us, gave us that false idol to worship that they said was Jesus Christ. They gave us that. And then in the Christian church.
Oh, so it's a colonization religion is the argument, right? So Christianity is a colonization religion. But why but still this still isn't giving me an argument for why. Okay, James White versus Black Hebrew Israelite. Let's see this. Matt Dilla Monkey, you climbed up in that tree. James White, Black Hebrew. Matt Dilla Monkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Raal Shagak. Oh my gosh. I'm afraid if I play a James White clip, he'll try to attack my channel. You know what I mean? So now I'm not sure if I can play this James White because I don't trust. Even worse if it's on Vocab Malone's channel. He's even worse. So. All right, well, I'm not finding any good argument. So if anybody has another option here, I can't play this clip. There's no way. They're snakes, dude. They'll use this as a way to strike the channel if I play this clip. Let's see.
Today, the idea is that we...
Met de la monkey.
On the program, we have a very special opportunity of engaging in an inspired record as well.
The Bible says, seek ye out of the book and read. None of the worship Jesus. You said that.
Okay, then I thought you just said a moment ago that it's an evil thing to worship Jesus as a deity. Did I misunderstand you?
That's what I said.
That is what you said. Okay. If that's the case, then when Jesus is worshipped by every created thing in the book of Revelation, chapter 5, verses 13 and 14, was that evil taking place in heaven?
Well, that's not evil, okay? But now you're going into something else. You're going into something.
All right. Well, so this doesn't look like it's going anywhere. By the way, we were just talking about that verse the other day on the other stream where we're talking about John seeing the Lamb worshipped in heaven, by the way, which is interesting. But I don't know. Is there any other... Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to play James White. I am looking at the comments. What do you mean? Let's see. Shout out to 1150. This is a large audience. This is up there. I think we maybe got Bishop Nathaniel Ben Israel. Okay, let's try this one. We got all these crazy dudes to try to work through to find one person kind of presenting an argument. The Black Hebrew Israelite thumbnails, they're on point now. That's wild. I mean, I might convert just because of the thumbnail game they got going. Tries to fight? No, we just want to see an argument. Okay, here we go. You've been lied to.
Everything I say has nothing to do with my personal feelings. I'm going to give you Bible. Are you Jewish? We're the real Jews. We're not Jewish. The suffix ISH at the end of a word means something like, in terms like if I say, meet me around 5-ish.
Yeah, I get that.
So when they say they're Jewish, they're letting you know they're not the biblical Jews. They were established in 1948. They are frauds, phonies. Jesus Christ called them the devil.
And I urge you to carry on reading and finding out about these things. Let's get to it. This is an interview that I've been looking forward to for the longest time. Hoping we're going to delve into those things, but without wasting any time. Please introduce yourselves. You can choose to look at me during the introduction or at the camera, but during the interview, you can just look at me.
All right. I'm Bishop Nathaniel of Israel United in Christ. It was founded back in 2003. Many people call us an organization. However, it is an organized nation. We are unlike any other group you've ever seen before. We are gathering our people which have been scattered during the sub-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. Our forgotten brothers, our forgotten sisters, as Christ commanded us.
So I noticed a lot of references to American history. How does this at all relate to ancient Israel? Okay, this is what I want to know.
In Matthew 15:24, he said, go unto the lost. He said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Our people are the true Israelites, and that's what we...
Okay, so the first misused proof text is that Jesus says, I'm not sent, but to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That is at the point at which in the Gospels he says multiple times that it was proper to first present the gospel to the Jews, to the gospel of the kingdom is presented to the Jews and so forth, and they did not accept it in mass, like on a national level. Now, all of the early church in the time of the Gospels and the book of Acts in the first 10 chapters, the entire church, for the most part, is Jewish. It's all Jews that convert and do believe in the Messiah. So the foundation stones of the church are Jewish apostles and Jewish believers, all the many people at Pentecost, Jews that convert, and then all the way up until Acts 10, when we begin to have more and more inclusion of Gentiles with Cornelius and the famous events with Cornelius. It's all Jewish. That's the fulfillment of many of the prophecies of the Jews being regathered and established and built up as the tabernacle of David. When you read the book of Acts, from Acts 2 to Acts 8, that's all cited. That's all explained. The tabernacle of the house of David that's rebuilt, it's prophesied in the Old Testament, and it's exposited in the book of Acts to be fulfilled in the church. Okay, so just read the context of the book as you're reading it, like the book of Acts. Is it talking about the end of the world in Pentecost when it cites Joel? It says that your young men will see visions and dreams and so forth. Is it talking about John Hagee's tribulation period? No, it's talking about what happened in Acts 2. They even say that Joel is prophesying Pentecost. For those that don't know, Pentecost happens in Acts 2. Okay. So the gospel is originally presented and offered to the Jews because the Jews are the inheritors of those promises. Very clear. Okay. Let's look at this. The kingdom is like a king who arranged a marriage for his son. He sent out his servants to call those who were invited to the wedding feast. The wedding feast is the arrival of the son for this marriage to his bride, the church. The servants or the prophets come to the feast. Come to the wedding. But many of the people made light of it and they went about their own ways. The rest of them seized his servants, mistreated them, and killed them. That's the persecution of the prophets that Jesus talked about in Matthew 23 that we just saw. He blames the Pharisees. He says, you murdered Zechariah between the temple and the altar. Therefore, Jesus says, go into the highways because those originally invited were not worthy. In other words, now you're going to go to the Gentiles because the Jews did not want this. In mass, not every Jew, because all of the early church is Jews. Okay. So the parable of the wedding feast is an example of this. Also, if you come over to Luke, Jesus predicts the destruction of Jerusalem. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by enemies, Luke 21, talking to the audience in front of him, okay? I know that evangelicals, premillennial goobers have a hard time with this, but Jesus is not talking to you. Indirectly, he's talking to you. Sure. But the immediate context is not John Hagee's church in San Antonio or wherever it is, 2,000 years later. He's talking to the people standing in front of him. When you here in front of me, apostles, not you goofballs in John Hagee's church, 2,000 years later, you standing in front of me, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by enemies, you know that its desolation is near. What's this? This is the abomination of desolation. This is the 70 AD destruction of the temple by Titus Vespasian. Jesus is predicting this. It's not that difficult. These are the days of vengeance, which all the things written in the law and the prophets might be fulfilled. He didn't say law and prophets, but all things written might be fulfilled. Woe to those who are pregnant, nursing. You will fall by the edge of the sword and be led captive. Jerusalem will be trampled by the Gentiles until the time the Gentiles are fulfilled. This is talking about the first advent. Okay. The parable of the fig tree. Fig tree is Israel. When you see the temple and all these beautiful things, when you see them destroyed, you know that these things are being fulfilled. That is the coming of the Son of Man in terms of his first coming in judgment. You understand that all throughout the prophets, whether it's Ezekiel or Isaiah, There's multiple times where it says that God will come to Egypt. He will ride in and destroy it. He will do this and that, signs in the heavens. Did Jesus return to Egypt? Did he return to Babylon? No, it's talking about coming in judgment. And that's why he's telling these people, you will see this in your day. So the point is that if you don't understand the context of where we are in the redemptive history, right? Not everything that's happening in the days of Jesus is going to be normative for the rest of the church, because certain things haven't happened yet. Pentecost hasn't happened yet. Pentecost is a key element in redemptive history and in the fulfillment of things like Joel. So evangelicals and cults make this mistake of going to the Bible and thinking that all of these things are end times prophecies or prophecies of some weird cult to fulfill later on. When in fact, much of what's being discussed in the immediate context is happening in the days of the audience hearing it and in regard to 70 AD. Partial preterism.
Teaching. No other group out there knows what we know. Go ahead, Deacon. What are you going to say?
Shalom, shalom, Israel. I'm Deacon Malachi.
Nobody out there knows what we know. Cult warning, red flag number 2.
I'm one of the deacons of Israel United in Christ. I'm an assistant to the bishop, and I'm just happy to come to South Africa and to spread the gospel. Praise the Most High.
You know, I shouldn't say another group because it could be misunderstood. There are other Israelites out there teaching. Taught that they've been worshiping the devil all their lives. The so-called white man. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but
okay, so I see a pattern here that they're saying that they have the true worship. Everyone else is worshiping the devil because Jesus, as presented in the churches, is a white Jesus and a white devil. Is that the logic here? And that's Yakub, right? I'm just going to search Yakub white devil. Is that the logic of this? So wait, so that's Nation of Islam. But Nation of Islam is not identical to Black Hebrew Israelites. Okay, so the Black Hebrew Israelites don't believe in Yakub, but they think that we have colonized with a white Jesus, is I guess what's going on here.
That is the truth. And we are here to liberate their souls and their minds through the teaching of Christ.
Passover, or the Feast.
It looks like offending seems to be something you do a lot of. When I picked up on you, one of the support about, and I think
they saw us, got scared, and left. So-called Jewish people.
Okay.
Caucasian people.
Okay. Are you Jewish?
We're the real Jews. We're not Jewish. The suffix ISH at the end of a word means something like, in terms like.
I'm very interested in that history. That whole nation of Israel that was established in 1948, can you give us a historical, factual background on that state of Israel that is being led by Netanyahu recently?
Yes, correct.
Been there, he came out, came back. What is that all about, the nation of Israel that was established in 1948?
Okay, when you examine history, like around 1917, they established something called the Balfour Declaration, where they wanted a...
Okay, well, these are all historical factual events, 1917, 1948. But what's the argument for this position?
1917, I mentioned it, Balfour, Agrippa, Bernice. There were many people that had converted to Judaism. They were Caucasian. They were not the real Jews, though. Watch this. Revelation 2, I'll start at verse 8, because it's talking to the real Israelites in Smyrna.
Oh, so those who say they're Jews but are not, but synagogue of Satan. So he's saying that's Christianity. Interesting. So creative exegesis here. Okay.
2 verse 8.
Many of those Caucasians at that time. Now watch what they do in verse 10. Christ continues. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison. Who was casting our people into prison? The people of Herod and the Roman Empire. What is Christ calling them? The devil. It says.
Okay, does he not realize that, and he doesn't, that, there are Orthodox churches that still exist from the churches of Asia Minor, like Ephesus? So it's not talking to a congregation of early Hebrew Israelites that are the true Christians.
That you may be tried, and you shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful.
And he's saying that throwing you into prison is a reference to the history of slavery. I mean, this is just so crazy.
To death, and I will give thee a crown of life. All through the Bible, Jesus Christ, a black man, warns us they are Satan, they are the devil. But we're
where does he get that Jesus is a black guy?
Not taught this in any church on earth. Every church.
Well, maybe we're not taught this in any church on earth because it's crazy. It's a cult.
We'll ignore this and go, oh, it doesn't mean that. But look, wait a minute. That's what it says. No, it means the spiritual demon is going to come down and throw you in jail. A spiritual demon comes from heaven and puts.
No, John is talking about the church being persecuted and the church members being thrown into prison. So it has nothing to do with the history of the slave trade.
In a jail cell? Who threw Peter in prison in the book of Acts? It was the white man, Rome. Mm-hmm. Who cut off James' head in Acts 12? Mm-hmm. Herod did that. This is who Christ is talking about.
But how is he getting that Jesus and the apostles, they're all black? This is, again, I don't understand. Where is the argument for this?
History.
This is crazy.
That's not been taught in South Africa. We're going to go to Genesis 25.
Is it being taught in the U.S.?
Oh, yes, we're teaching it. You're only
So
going to get it from the
new.
Israelites.
It's only been there for 20 years in the United States.
Yes.
Where else has it been?
Well, now it's in India.
No. Before 2003, where did this knowledge come from?
Oh, America. We had a...
Yes, only in America could this ridiculous of a cult, this absurd of a cult, be birds for sure.
Before us who passed away.
Okay.
They taught us. Mm-hmm. Okay. But there's been a media blackout on this truth. Okay. Why? Because it's like they say it's offensive to everyone.
Or is it just crazy, bro?
What you're saying when I'm thinking about
those soldiers fall to the ground. Boom! Letting them know he could kill them right there.
Boom, shakalaka.
No movie. You will never see that depicted of Christ. Because in Luke 19 it says Christ was an austere man. When you look at austere, means strict, domineering, Caucasian man, which is not biblical.
Yeah.
The Bible describes Jesus Christ, what is this? Pray him as an effeminate, I can say that word, effeminate man, Caucasian man, which is not biblical.
Yeah.
The Bible
So white people are effeminate, but Jesus was austere. Oh, I know where they get it. They get it from the Song of Songs. That's right, because somebody tweeted at me the other day, a white dude that believes this ridiculous nonsense. I'm not joking. So I get these schizo people that will send me DMs, and they think the Song of Songs, that's right, where my beloved is black and ruddy or whatever, they think that that's talking about Jesus being a black man. I'm trying to remember the exact verse, right? I am black and beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not gaze at me because I'm dark, because the sun has looked upon me. So somebody got a suntan, or it's talking about one of Solomon's black wives. I think where scholars typically think that it's referring to one of the wives that Solomon had that he really liked, who was black. Okay, but this is not saying Jesus is black. Okay, and it's not saying that the Jews are black. Okay, Solomon had a lot of wives. Solomon was a Mac Daddy with a lot of girlfriends. Okay, well known. And Song of Songs is not saying that Jesus is black, even though there are types and typological predictions of the church. And there's an analogy between the love that God has for the church and the type of love that a husband and wife have. Okay, it's not saying that God has a sex relationship to us. It's not sex magic. It's not any of that nonsense. It's an analogy. The love of a husband and wife and Christ for the church. So you can have a Christological interpretation of the Song of Songs, which is the typological, allegorical interpretation. The immediate historical meaning is Solomon writing love poetry to one of his wives, presumably a black one. Okay, nothing to do with anything of this Hebrew Israelite nonsense.
Describe Jesus Christ, what his physical characteristics.
Before we turn people off, let's go to that description of Christ's appearance in the Bible. I think that's where we should start, because that's very important.
Very good.
Yeah,
very
so
good.
let's start with that.
I'm going to go to Revelation chapter 1. I'm going to read verse 1, then for time's sake, I'm going to jump to the point.
Okay. So you're saying you're reading from?
Revelation
chapter 1, I read it. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servant things which must shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified by his...
By the way, for those who are paying attention, if the things that are written in the book of Revelation are shortly to come to pass, then it's not a book primarily written for 2,000 years later for premillennial goobers to try to figure out. Okay? Shortly to come to pass means that it's relevant to the people who John's writing to, which is 7 actual churches in Asia Minor. Okay? So that's partial preterism. Okay? The book is referring to the events that are going to be happening very soon, like the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. So it's written, in my view, pre-70 AD.
Angel unto his servant John.
Jump to verse 11. Real quick.
Jump to verse 11. Saying, I am Alpha and Omega, the first and the last. And what thou seest, write it in a book.
I want to pause there. See what he says? What thou seest, write in a book.
What you are seeing, write in a book.
Exactly.
Right?
Now let's jump down to...
Because they are reading the King James Version, so it will have these strange terms. So I'll just keep translating so that you get to understand what it is. But feel free to open your Bible at home and just follow along. Whatever version you choose. But they are reading from the King James Version.
Yes. Jump to verse 14.
Verse 14.
King James, a Caucasian man.
No.
His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow.
So the first thing you want to look at, it says Christ had white wool hair. When
Which verse is this now?
Verse 14.
So this is the verses where John sees Jesus in this glorified imagery. And as you guys know, we've lectured through Ezekiel 1 to 10. This is the same description that Ezekiel has of the Son of Man that rides the divine chariot, right? So this is the Son of Man, Jesus, who is the image of the glory of God. This is Jesus presented as the form or image of the glory of God. And so John is not making this up. He's drawing from the description in Ezekiel 1 through 10.
Okay. Wool is afro hair. Let me say it again. Wool is afro hair. It is not straight, thin.
So I'm trying to figure out how he was going to make this. It says white like wool. His hair was white like wool. Okay. It's not saying that he has afro wool hair. This is so silly.
Hair. Wool. If you look at a sheep or a lamb that has wool, it is like black people's hair. It is wool. It is thick. It is crispy. It is nappy. Okay, read on.
His eyes were... Wait a minute. His head and his hair were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire.
When it says his eyes as a flame of fire, when you read Genesis 49, verse 12, it says Jesus Christ's eyes, Moses prophesied, Messiah's eyes shall be red with wine. Okay? So that's what it's making reference to. Read on.
Okay, so you say, which verses now that you just...
Wait a minute. Red with wine. I mean, I know that we've covered Genesis 49 many times, and it is a messianic prophecy, but I see what. So, but how does this? This is a poetic language. Okay, it's not saying that his eyes are actually red from wine. This is like poetic language.
Made reference to?
We see in Genesis 49, verse 12. Okay. Moses said regarding Messiah, his eyes shall be red with wine.
What does that mean?
Meaning
was he a
whites of his eyes. Huh?
Was he a drunkard?
No. When you read Matthew 11:19, for example, remember the Pharisees.
Yeah, what does this mean? That he's a drunk? I mean, what?
Christ, a glutton and a drunkard. Okay, remember they call him that. A wine bibber.
Okay.
Let me get it, because you may not be familiar.
So let's not rush through it. Let's educate each other. All right. Because that's the main point of
It's just poetic language. It's talking about the wine of the Eucharist, talking about the blood that he will spill. His clothes and the blood of grapes. It's talking about his blood. He washed his garments in wine. Okay, these are messianic prophecies. It's not saying his eyes are red because they're calling him a wine bibber. And what does this? How does this make him a black dude?
Yes. Okay. Get Genesis 49 first. I get Matthew 11:19. So show you.
I can't even keep up, but for your benefit, we'll put the scriptures on screen so that you see and you can read along.
Read that.
Genesis 49, verse 12. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk.
Right. So they're talking about the coming Messiah.
Okay.
Now I'm in Matthew 11:19. Christ speaking. The Son of
His eyes were as a flame
his
of
eyes
fire.
were as a flame of fire.
Right. Read on.
And his feet like unto fine brass.
Do you know what color brass is?
Yeah, we had a lot of brass at home.
Yeah, this is brass. It's like brass.
Yeah.
Read on.
Yeah.
His feet and his feet unto fine brass, as if they're burned in a furnace.
If I take this brown brass and burn it, it gets black. Yes. So you mean we're the only group on earth that ever read this? Ellen G. White read it. William Miller read it. Joseph Smith read it. All these Christian leaders that established the religions that our people follow read that, and they've despised that and said, no, we're not, never teach the slaves this.
Thank you. Why is a black Christ? Is it black?
Oh, yes, that's black.
Why is a...
Okay, so some really creative. His feet were like fine brass refined in a furnace. And this is talking about the luminous divine light, the deified humanity of Christ. Okay, and this guy's trying to say that, well, if you burn brass, the color would be dark. I mean, so let's see what the color of refined brass is. And by the way, it's not literally saying that that's the color of his skin. Refined brass, to me, looks like gold. So, doesn't look like burnt. Whatever this guy's trying to say. John's saying he's shiny. He's glorious. Okay, that's what it means. So this is it. So this is what they have. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but I'm actually surprised that I thought it was going to be like a vast conspiracy, like going into like, Tartaria type alternate history stuff. No. It's like taking verses that's using poetic and metaphorical language and saying that Jesus is black. Okay, so it's
Black Christ.
It's even worse than I expected.
Controversial issue and an offensive issue.
Because in order to...
Not only for Caucasians, even for black people.
Yes. In order to rule us, in order to dominate us, they had to give us their image. Because if they taught...
Okay, so now here comes the conspiracy stuff. That it was all a conspiracy plot for colonization. Okay, so I think we've seen, enough to get the idea what this is all about. And this is really just a very low-tier manipulation, exploitation of absolutely outlandish stuff. Ultra says for $5, Jay, my mother is a huge fan of your stuff. It's her birthday. Give her a shout out, please. Jessica. Lady Jessica, what's up, Lady Jessica? She's that dang Reverend Mother giving birth to that Kwisatz Haderach Ultra over here. Big Boss, $20. Since you think you're so smart, try to say peanut without the T. I bet you can't. Well, you're right, I can't, because that's going to get me in trouble. Noah M, $5. Thank you so much, Noah M. Noah M, $2. Can we predicate anything about the divine nature and persons? Well, when we predicate that the Son is the Son, we're predicating of a divine person. Sure. But we don't say that the divine essence is in any kind of identity sense, because we believe in apophatic theology or negative theology. It seems like cataphatic statements about God are limited to qualities. No, it's related to the energies. And also you could say that saying that the Son is a positive predication. But we just don't use cataphatic theology about the divine essence. Big Boss, $5. Don't forget that Tiny Mustache Man was also a Hebrew Israelite, you're saying? This is getting wild. White devils wanted to take credit for economic success. Interesting. Chase Haggard, $3. Nominalists never get that if there's no universals, then there's no class of things called particulars. Exactly. So they're actually invoking that as a type of universal. Good point, Chase. Appreciate that. Grant Sheffy, $5. He's referring to the earlier discussions of Jake. I was reading about hermetic physics, vibration scales of life and mind, and particle physics, and male electrical universal principles, and female magnetics. Even if there is truth, I feel dirty, as if I've opened up a mindset of magicians. I mean, I don't think you're dirty, but you understand that a lot of this hermetic stuff and all this metaphysics, all this mystical stuff in terms of Rosicrucianism, it's just all a bunch of speculation and nonsense. So there's elements of truth like cymatics, but I'm not going to take cymatics, which is a real thing, and go crazy with it like that guy did, saying that cymatics shows us that the words you speak manifest reality. Okay, cymatics does not mean that. Landon Jordan, $10. Send that dude to Gnome Hyperborea. Ooh, what would happen if the BHI people they would go to war, dude. It would be a war between BHI and Gnome Hyperborea. They'd be fighting the gnomes, dude. And that would be the end of the world, right? Y'all know I'm a bit.
Staring at the bottom of the clouds, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. The dreams come slow, and it goes so fast. You see it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies. But you only need the light when it's burning low. Only need the sun when it starts to snow. Only know the love when you let it go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know your love when you let it go.
I'm sorry, I gotta admit it. Whatever afterlife, whatever promises Hebrew roots and BHI are offering, they cannot compete with the Valhalla that is Gnome Hyperborea.
Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. Stuck on slow, and it goes so fast. When you feel when you fall asleep, never to touch and never to keep, 'cause you love it too much and you dive too deep. When you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know the love when you let it go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home.
What is the sacrament from Gnome Hyperborea? Well, if you take a strawberry and you turn it upside down, it looks like a gnome cap. That's the sacrament of Hyperborea. Gnome Hyperborea, boy. Spiritual realities. Spiritual warfare. Mind Hat, $5. Thank you so much, Mind Hat. By the way, guys, tonight, guess what? Boiler Room. I will be on Boiler Room with the Boiler Room crew, just like old times, classic. So follow me over on Twitter. Get ready to go over there and get ready for Boiler Room. Back in my right mind, $5. Most definitely a dumbing down has produced people who can't think or read or spell correctly. I love your mind, though. Well, thank you so much. Back in my right mind. Mind hack again, $5. Is there a short book that you recommend on logical fallacies and clear thinking? I don't know about one short book, but you could get like, just go watch Father Deacon's course. By the way, there's also, if you guys remember, we have a lower coffee. If you want to get some good Orthodox, solid organic coffee, you can support me and Father Deacon Ananias by getting lower coffee right there. And that will give you the strength to complete the journey as we move towards the Valhalla that is Nome Hyperborea. James Coteritis, $5. It's pronounced Coterides. Okay, James Coterides, $5. Great work, Jay. Have you read Flying In by G.K. Chesterton? I have not. I'm sorry. I've only read a little bit of Chesterton. I still haven't ever really jived with him. It's a predictive novel that shows what would happen to England in the event of a coupling, interesting, of scientism and Islam. That actually does sound pretty fascinating and relevant. Flying In. I'm writing it down to get. St. Constantine the Great, $5. You got 1,100 live viewers. Actually, it got to 1,150. So I think my record for just a normal live stream, I mean, we've had a few live streams where, like when we had a big debate, it was 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. But for my normal live streams, I think the record is 12 or 1,250. So I need to hit like 13 to break the record. But today was a great day. St. Constantine the Great, $1. Forgot the processing fee. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Alula, $5. Don't forget about doing a Lord of the Rings stream. No, I haven't forgotten. We've got the notes in there. We'll get to it eventually, I promise. Lord of the Rings stream is like, it's difficult like a Dune stream. It's like, how do you got to read all of them and it takes forever. And how do you do it justice? Like you have to do a course. So you can't do it justice unless you do a course on it. Play Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, that'd be fun. Jay's Fan, $5. Destroy these evil Antichrist reasis. These boys are reasis. Justice 3, $5. How do I tell my Muslim uncle Orthodoxy is true? I'm not the best at speaking. He has anger issues. Well, try to, I don't know, send him some debates or something. Just send him some debates or like I don't know, Sam Shamoon clips or something and say, hey, what do you think of this? Kevin Farrell, $10. BHI, Black Hebrew Israelites. Correct. That's what we're talking about. Mind Hack, $3. Were you raised Christian? I was raised Baptist. Shem Suhor, $5. Hey, yo. Yeshua and Yakub start with a Y. Thus, Yakub is the Messiah. Hashtag Gnostic Truth. Exactly. I mean, that's the level of logic that we're at here, right? I mean, similar letters, similar symbols must mean the same thing. Exactly. Ricky, can you go over how to properly explain three little G's when you're talking about how the word God can pick out different things? Hey, we got little AIDS, we got young boomer, and we got the three little G's. Yeah, again, God is not a specific term. It's a term that picks out gods in the sense of human beings. Jesus says, I have said you're all gods. It can pick out created angelic messengers, or the gods of the nations are devils, so it's picking out devils. It can pick out God the Father. It can pick out God as in this divine essence, and it can pick out God in terms of God's operations, right? God's energies are also God. Alex Mirabel, $5. Please destroy these Antichrist Riazis. DC Woodworking, $3. Thank you so much. Andrew G. Voice of Reason. This is the guy that Luigi debated and demolished the other day. that we did a debate review of, on an Instagram saying that the first 7 councils teach papism. What would lead him to believe this? Oh, well, he's just repeating what Lofton and Ibarra say, because he just literally, like, in the debate, he's like reading out of Ibarra's book and Lofton's book. Alula, $3. The reason they only emphasize AA, what's AA? Because they believe that they are the descendants of the true Israelites. What is AA? They were sold into slavery after 70 AD. This is how they interpret the prophecies in the Torah about slavery in Egypt, but also America is Babylon. They're legit schizos. Okay, so the reason they only emphasize AA. What's AA? Oh, African Americans. Is because they believe they are so because there's texts in the Old Testament about slavery, they're saying that it's only the African, by the way, but it's not just black people in America. I mean, the Portuguese, the Arabs, Spanish, they had black slaves. So what are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense, only in America. But so I see what you're saying, though. They're saying that the references to the slavery in Egypt of the Jews is actually meaning them. That's legit schizo stuff. Barnabas, $3. Hello, Jay. Your content is great. Is this the cult of Yaqub? So that's Nation of Islam mythology. And Yaqub, Nation of Islam, is different than Hebrew Israelite stuff that we're talking about, though there is some overlap. Kristen, $5. Please raid Kotel. I will do that, but you have to set it up, I think, before you start your stream. I didn't know that Kotel was going to stream, or I would have dumped the chat over to Kotel. At Pat's request, I apologize. I'm not trying to... Guys, if you want to, remember, go follow after this stream. You can go over to Patrick David Harry's chat. I did not, by the way, I didn't mean for today's stream to go on this long. It ended up being so long because I was trying to figure out who is somebody that explains their theology. Thank you to the chatter, by the way, who finally told me about Bishop, what's his face? Ice on Jay's wrist. Ice on my wrist. That's gold all over my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. $10. Jay, do you think Russia is the only major power that isn't run by global banking elites? I mean, this is a complicated question because, I mean, I think every one of the nations that exists in some way is going to be compromised in the sense of, like, because they're part of the global economy. So I'm not saying that Putin is quote, compromised on a personal level. What I'm saying is that, for example, Moscow will pass certain things about smart cities, tech type stuff that's part of the globalist agenda, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everything that Putin's doing is compromised or whatever. But any nation, unfortunately, that's integrated into the global economic system, communication system, all this, like, they're forced in ways to compromise, because if you withdraw, and the system is kind of set up this way, your nation can't withdraw totally from the global system without it being difficult. Now, I think Russia's tried to kind of do that because the expectation was that economic sanctions would make it hard, and that it would force Russia to not oppose the West. But that doesn't seem to have worked. It seems like they have. My suspicion is that nations will figure out that you have to get on Bitcoin to really exit this system. So as they will follow the model of El Salvador. I don't know if Russia holds Bitcoin secretly somewhere in some, who knows? My guess would be that probably they do. I don't know. I think that Putin getting rid of a lot of the oligarchs, that's kind of when it kicked off that the West was that was like the first phases of them saying that he was the new tiny mustache man, right? Like back in like late 90s, 2003, somewhere in there. It was when they first, I don't remember the exact date, when they first started running the Putin is the new tiny mustache man stories. Somewhere in there between 98 to 2003. So I would imagine other countries also, maybe to a degree, are not fully locked into the Western power structure. So I think a lot of the power blocks have the same end goal of wanting to have some kind of technocratic order, but maybe they think will be the dominant technocratic power block. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like one group literally controls everything. There are power blocks that will make deals like mafias. And currently the Western establishment Atlanticist power block has the dominant force in the world. Anyway, so hopefully that answers your question. Robel, $3. Can you talk more about partial preterism? Go watch my video, Antichrist and the Beast System. So I don't have time to rehearse those hours, 3 hours of talks. But thank you for that super chat. Bay, $2. How do these interpret Lamentations 4:7? Interesting. Let's see what, I don't remember off the top of my head what Lamentations 4:7 is. So let's see. Lamentations 4:7. Oh, exactly. The Nazarites were brighter than snow and whiter than milk. They were ruddy in body more than rubies, like sapphire in their appearance. That means that they had the appearance of white. However, their bodies were red, like... I'm trying to think of something red. Who's a sci-fi thing that's red? I don't know. I'm trying to think of a joke, but yeah, I mean, are their bodies red? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, as you can imagine, they're going to be selective with their color preferences in Scripture. Andy, $5. Is the tabernacle in the wilderness a temple? No, it's the tabernacle. The temple is the temple that's built on the model of the tabernacle. I can't see where God gives Solomon a blueprint like he did Moses. That's because it's actually part of tradition. If you read my article on the biblical case for tradition, I actually point this out, which is there's a discussion in it's in Chronicles where it says that basically by tradition, 200 years after David, they had a model for how to build it. So you actually raise a good point. It's not that the tabernacle is a temple, but it's rather that there's tradition that goes into how the temple was built. So it's an argument for extra canonical, extra written tradition within the presupposition of the written text. All right, guys, remember, head on over to Coattail's channel. Support the Orthodox Meme Squad chat. Support the Ananda that Kyle had on. Support me by going on the Rockfin and subscribing there as well. You can also become a member at my website. If you're interested in the part 2 of Through the Looking Glass, that'll be up in the next